जो लोग झुकते नहीं उनको झुकाने के लिए ईडी का इस्तेमाल, सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल उन्होंने किया। अपोजिशन पार्टी को आप दबाने की कितनी भी कोशिश करेंगे, अपोजिशन पार्टी डरेगी नहीं, दबेगी नहीं, झुकेगी नहीं।
I say, I'm not walking out. You guys take this kind of statement. Kaha Bhagwan Ram and kaha these guys. The other day you said, I am not apologize because I am not Savarkar. You know the contribution of people like Savarkar ji? And you're getting, as I said, getting an ass to run a horse's race. That's my comment.
इनके काले कारनामे, अब काले कपड़े, ये काले जादू तक जाने वाले हैं क्योंकि काले कारनामे छिप नहीं पाए। अहंकार इतना ज़्यादा राहुल गांधी जी का है कि वो पिछड़े समाज से माफ़ी तो नहीं मांगी, कोर्ट में भी माफ़ी नहीं मांगी, कोर्ट का जब आदेश आ गया तो उसको भी मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं। सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि क्या पिछड़ों को इसी तरह से ही अपशब्द अपमानित करने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी करती रहेगी? क्या कांग्रेस काले कपड़े, काले कारनामे करने के बाद पहनती रहेगी? क्या काले जादू तक भी ये पार्टी जाएगी अपने बचाव के लिए?
हम तो इसके लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि अंतोगत्वा उनके और उनके टीम के जरिए जो बातें हुई, जो कारनामे हुए, जो हरकतें हुई, जो बिहेवियर हुआ, उसकी वजह से सारा अपोजिशन इस इशू पे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एकजुट और एकजुट हो गया है।
And while the Uddhav Sena MPs joined the Congress party in the parliament protest today, Uddhav Thackeray has a warning for Rahul Gandhi. He's upset by Rahul Gandhi's comment in which he said, "My name is not Savarkar, so I won't apologize." That comment after his disqualification as a member of parliament. But this has made his ally Uddhav Thackeray upset. He has warned officials in the Maharashtra opposition alliance if the Congress leader didn't stop insulting their God. He said, "I want to tell Rahul Gandhi that we have come together to save democracy and constitution in this country, but do not make any statements that will create any fissures in among the alliance." He also says that the BJP is trying to provoke you. If we miss this timing, then our country will surely go towards autocracy. That's what Uddhav Thackeray has said. The Congress and Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, along with the NCP, have been in an alliance since they formed a coalition government in Maharashtra in 2019. They stayed together, in fact, in the alliance, even after a coup in the Shiv Sena brought down Uddhav Thackeray's government and rebel Eknath Shinde took power in an alliance with the BJP. But this comment from Rahul Gandhi has triggered a warning.
गांधींना मला एक सांगायचंय, तुम्ही कन्याकुमारी पासून काश्मीर पर्यंत गेलात, संजय राऊत तिकडे गेले होते, सोबत दिली होती, आम्ही सुद्धा तुमच्या सोबत राहिलो. पण आज जाहीर राहुल गांधींना मी सांगतोय की ही लढाई जी आहे ती लोकशाहीची लढाई आहे. कृपा करून नव्हे तर राहुल गांधींना मी जाहीरपणाने सांगतोय की सावरकर आमचं दैवत आहे, त्यांचा अपमान आम्हाला पटणारा नाही, अजिबात पटणार नाही. आणि म्हणून मी राहुल गांधींना सांगतोय की आपण एकत्र आलो आहोत जरूर, या देशाची लोकशाही वाचवण्यासाठी आलेलो आहोत, या देशाचं संविधान वाचवण्यासाठी आलेलो आहोत. त्याच्यामध्ये कुठे आता फाटे फुटू देऊ नका, मुद्दामून तुम्हाला दिवसलं जातंय. पण आता जर का वेळ सुटली, वेळ चुकली, तर आपला देश हुकुमशाहीकडे गेल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही, हे माझं स्पष्ट मत आहे. तुम्हाला पटते की नाही तुम्ही मला सांगा.
बात वार्निंग की नहीं है, हमने हमारी बात भूमिका स्पष्ट की है. वीर सावरकर महाराष्ट्र के लिए, देश के लिए और हमारे लिए एक श्रद्धा का विषय है, एक रिस्पेक्ट, आदर का विषय, वो हमेशा रहेगा. वीर सावरकर ने जिस प्रकार की ज़िंदगी देश के लिए अंडमान में काला पानी का स्वीकार के 14 साल तक जेल में रहे हैं, वो आसान काम नहीं है. हमको मालूम है जेल क्या होता है, हम भी जेल में जाकर आए हैं. तो ऐसे व्यक्ति के ऊपर, ऐसे महान क्रांतिकारी के ऊपर आप इस प्रकार से कीचड़ उछालेंगे तो महाराष्ट्र की जनता बहुत ही आपको करारा जवाब दे सकती है.
राहुल गांधी सावरकर कभी हो नहीं सकते. राहुल जी सावरकर जी का अपमान तो आपने किया ही. अरे वीर सावरकर तो राहुल गांधी कभी नहीं हो सकते, लेकिन अपनी दादी में भारत की पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी जी की इज्जत तो बचा लेते, नेहरू जी की इज्जत तो बचा लेते, क्या आपने उनको भी अपमानित साथ साथ कर दिया? राहुल गांधी जी, आप देश में तो किसी को नहीं मानते, कम से कम अपने ही परिवार के, अपनी दादी और उनके पिता यानी कि पंडित नेहरू और इंदिरा गांधी जी को तो कम से कम इज्जत रख लेते।
The other big story, China has opted to stay away from a meeting of the G20 group that was held in Itanagar in Arunachal Pradesh yesterday. Now, delegates from 50 other countries attended the meeting of the G20 Research Innovation Initiative, which is one of the dozens of meetings that are planned across the country in the run-up to the G20 summit in September in Delhi, when heads of 20 nations will attend the G20 summit. Now, it is unclear if China lodged an official complaint on the meeting being held in Arunachal, which it considers to be a part of South Tibet, a position that's entirely rejected by New Delhi. Crucial delimitation of constituencies in Assam, the full team of the Election Commission of India, led by Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, arrived in Guwahati yesterday, and they are currently on a 3-day visit to Assam for holding consultations with various stakeholders, including political parties and civil societies. The delimitation exercise for redrawing the territorial boundaries of the Assembly and Parliamentary constituencies of Assam, based on the 2001 census, had been stuck for the last 14 years. The last delimitation in Assam was done in 1976, and unlike in other states where delimitation of Assembly and Parliamentary constituencies are done by the Delimitation Commission, the Election Commission is entrusted with the responsibility in Assam. In a setback for banks, the Supreme Court says that borrowers should be heard before their accounts are tagged as fraud accounts. The borrowers must be heard before banks declare their accounts as fraud accounts. That's what the Supreme Court has held today. Now, this comes as a huge setback for banks that follow a central bank circular for classifying frauds. The RBI circular cites the Indian Penal Code provisions, including misappropriation of funds, fraudulent transactions, cheating and forgery, for the classification of accounts as fraud. But the court said that the RBI circular cannot be presumed as excluding the principle of natural justice. The former directors of Anil Ambani's Reliance Communications and others had moved different high courts over the accounts being labelled as fraud and sent to the CBI for investigation. The court upheld a 2020 order by the Telangana High Court, giving borrowers the opportunity to be heard, an order that was challenged by the centre. Declaring an account as fraud leads to serious civil consequences. Therefore, the banks must grant an opportunity for hearing to the borrowers under the Reserve Bank of India's Master Circular. That's what the Supreme Court noted, upholding the 2020 order by the Telangana High Court that was challenged by the centre. Now, moving on, in a filing with the National Stock Exchange, Sun Pharma, one of India's largest pharmaceutical companies, has said that it has been the victim of a major ransomware attack, which has impacted its revenues and business operations. In its statement, Sun Pharma says that the company's business operations have been impacted. Consequently, revenues are expected to be reduced in some of our businesses. The company would incur expenses in connection with the incident and the remediation. The company is currently unable to determine other potential adverse impacts of the incident, including but not limited to additional information security incidents, increased costs to maintain insurance coverage, the diversion of management and employee time, or the possibility of litigation. But the attack has come from a ransomware group called ALPVH that is known to encrypt data and then get a company to pay a ransom in exchange for an encryption key to allow the company to access its data. The group claims that they have attacked Sun Pharma because the company does not care about its employees. We have reached out to Sun Pharma as well on this and will provide additional details as and when they respond. A Mongolian boy born in the United States has been named as the 10th Khalkha Jetsun Dhampa Rinpoche, the third highest rank in Tibetan Buddhism by the Dalai Lama, according to a report. According to the Times, the Dalai Lama was pictured with the 8-year-old boy taking part in a ceremony held on March 8th in Himachal Pradesh's Dharamshala, where the Buddhist leader lives in exile. The 8-year-old US-born child reportedly has a twin brother and is the son of a university professor and the grandson of a former Mongolian member of parliament. The move to anoint the 8-year-old as the third highest Lama in Tibetan Buddhism is likely to irk China, which has been adamant that it will only recognize Buddhist leaders chosen by its own government. According to the Times report, news of the ceremony was met with both excitement and apprehension as the threat of China's displeasure over the move lingers. Getting you more international news now. Israel's defense minister has been sacked after he spoke out against controversial plans to overhaul the justice system. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu summoned Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, to a meeting and told him that he no longer had faith in him as the defense minister. Now, tens of thousands of protesters are on the streets following Mr. Gallant's dismissal. The unrest deepened a month-long crisis over Netanyahu's plan to overhaul the judiciary, which has sparked mass protests, alarmed business leaders and former security chiefs, and drawn concern from the United States and other close allies as well. Now, Netanyahu's dismissal of defense minister signaled that the prime minister and his allies will barrel ahead this week with the overhaul plan.
We went to the Prime Minister's residence, and afterwards we got dispersed by the water spray. I got sprayed into my face directly, and then we just went here, like all of us. It was never as big as it was today.
Okay with serving a government that I didn't vote in if it's a democratic one that serves me as well, even though I didn't vote for them. But this is not democracy. This is a new form of regime, what they call a procedural democracy or a hollow democracy.
Now, moving on, the Director General of the International Monetary Fund said that the outlook for the global economy over the medium term is likely to remain weak. However, she said that there were some reasons for optimism despite the uncertainties, with China being one of them. China's economy, remember, is seeing a strong rebound, and IMF forecasts that China's GDP growth will be at 5.2% for this year, more than 2 percentage points from the 2022 rate. Now, the IMF chief said that IMF expects China to reform its growth manner by stepping away from relying on investment and debt and carrying out market-oriented reforms to level the playing field for private sectors.
Uncertainties are exceptionally high, including because of the risks of geo-economic fragmentation, which could mean a world split into rival economic blocs, a dangerous division that would leave everyone poorer and less secure.
And now to news from the United States. Images have been released showing the damage caused to the town of Rolling Fork in Mississippi after a tornado devastated the area on Friday night, and how these images, of course, show how the town now looks several years before the tornado compared to now. At least 25 people were killed and dozens of others were injured in Mississippi as the massive storm ripped through several towns in its hour-long path that happened late Friday. Now, residents of rural Mississippi are devastated following this deadly tornado, and homes have been ripped off their foundations. Large 18-wheeler trucks and piles of debris were left scattered across much of the state, including the small town of Rolling Fork. The mayor of Rolling Fork in Mississippi has asked the state and the federal government for help to get its citizens back on their feet after the devastating tornado hit the town. He said that Shawnee County in Mississippi is one of the poorest counties in the state of Mississippi, but we're still resilient.
बढ़ते पोल्यूशन.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
And it was a golden weekend for India at the Women's World Boxing Championships that was held in New Delhi. Nikat Zareen and Lovlina Borgohain made it a golden Sunday yesterday after Sweetie Bora and Nitu Gangas won gold on Saturday. Lovlina won her first World Championships gold medal. She won against Australia's Caitlin Parker with a split 5-2 verdict, while Nikat Zareen won the gold in the 50 kilogram category. Lovlina Borgohain won in the 75 kilogram category. Nikat Zareen registered a 5-0 victory in the final of the 50 kg category. Listen in to what the winner said after the victory.
ओलंपिक्स का इशारा है ये?
बिल्कुल सर, मैंने जैसे आपको कहा था कि तैयारी ओलंपिक्स की है. जो मेरा अल्टीमेट ड्रीम है ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड मेडल जीतना, उसी रास्ते पे हूँ मैं. और आई बिलीव दिस इज़ जस्ट अ स्टार्ट. आगे और भी चैलेंजेस आएंगे रास्ते में, बट मैं उन सब के लिए रेडी हूँ और ज़्यादा मेहनत करूँगी यहाँ से. इस कंपटीशन में मैंने जो भी मिस्टेक्स किए हैं वो मैं देखूँगी. कैंप जब स्टार्ट होगा कोचेस से बैठ के डिस्कस करके फिर उस चीज़ पे हम काम करेंगे.
अच्छा, आपका जो वेट कैटेगरी चेंज हुआ इसमें काफ़ी बदलाव करना पड़ा आपको टेक्निक में, क्योंकि मैंने आपका जो सेमीफाइनल देखा तो वो अल्टीमेट मैच था. लाइटनिंग स्पीड से आप ये कर रहे थे, साइड से निकल के भी, मतलब जितना टेक्निक फुल फ्लेजेड लगा था. आपको लगता है बहुत सारे चेंज करना पड़ा?
हाँ, हर बॉक्सर के साथ खेलना, आई मीन सबके अपने अपने स्टाइल होते हैं, तो यहाँ पे हर बॉक्सर के साथ मुझे डिफरेंट स्टाइल में खेलना पड़ा. बट इंग्रिड के साथ मैं पहले खेल चुकी थी तो मुझे आइडिया था उसके साथ कैसे खेलना, इसीलिए कॉन्फिडेंटली होके मैं खेली और मैं यूनानिमस जीती. तो मेरे लिए वो कंपटीशन, ये कंपटीशन का सबसे बेस्ट बाउट मेरा सेमीफाइनल बाउट रहा है, बिकॉज वो एक्सपीरियंस बॉक्सर भी रह चुकी है. आई मीन रियो ओलंपिक्स ब्रॉन्ज मेडलिस्ट है और प्रीवियस वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप 50 kg की सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट है. तो मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात थी कि एक अच्छे बॉक्सर को हरा के फाइनल में पहुंचना.
इसलिए मैं आपके वोट पे सवाल नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ, ये तो चोट आपको लगती है और लगती रहेगी. लेकिन जो टूर्नामेंट से बाहर की बात, जब टूर्नामेंट शुरू हुआ था तो आपकी इच्छा थी मर्सिडीज़ खरीदना और प्रॉमिस भी हुआ था कि आपको होगा. और आपके फादर से आज दोपहर में बात हुई है, घर में दुआएं हो रही थी, पहला विश वही होगा मर्सिडीज।
हाँ, बोला तो है कि मर्सिडीज लूंगी, अभी महिंद्रा थार मिल रही है, मेरे को तो पता नहीं कि मैं मर्सिडीज लूंगी या नहीं, बट मेरा फिलहाल मेरा ये है कि मैं अपने पेरेंट्स को उम्रा के लिए भेजूं, क्योंकि रमज़ान चल रहा है, होली मंथ, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि जो मेरे को प्राइज मनी मिल रही है उससे मैं मेरे पेरेंट्स को उम्रा के लिए भेजूंगी।
ये कितनी बड़ी बात है, हम 44 से 3 पे आए, आज चाइना से ज़्यादा है हमारे पास गोल्ड मेडल है।
बिल्कुल, बहुत बड़ी बात है सर। जैसे कि मैंने कहा, दिस इज जस्ट स्टार्ट, अभी विमेन बॉक्सिंग और ऊपर आएगी। आप लोग का सपोर्ट ऐसे ही बना रहेगा तो हम लोग और मेहनत करेंगे और ऐसे ही देश का नाम रोशन करते रहेंगे।
बस एक सेलिब्रेशन पे आप हर बार बोलते हैं बिरयानी खाएंगे, सर वहाँ खाना है, यहाँ खाना है, हम लोग भी शामिल होंगे।
हैदराबादी की बात कहीं और नहीं मिलती है सर, हैदराबादी बिरयानी हैदराबाद में ही बेस्ट मिलती है, तो मैं वहीं जाके खाऊंगी, वो भी घर की।
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट। फोकस का रिवॉर्ड है ये गोल्ड, क्योंकि पहले 2 बार आपको ब्रॉन्ज मिल चुका है।
हाँ जी, आज का इस दिन के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत किया था। इस कंपटीशन के लिए हमने सभी ने बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस रखा था। सभी के सपोर्ट के वजह से आज मैं चैम्पियन बनी और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। और जो ये एक तपस्या है, हर एक कंपटीशन एक तपस्या होता है और लास्ट में जब रिजल्ट आता है बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
लवलीना, आपको 2017 में जो यूथ चैंपियनशिप हुआ था वहाँ आपने गोल्ड जीता था, ओलंपिक्स में जीता। मैंने आपको जो फॉलो किया है, आप एज ए पर्सन, एज ए बॉक्सर में आप में लगता है काफ़ी चेंज आया है?
बहुत चेंज तो आया है, गेम में भी बहुत सारा चेंज आया है, क्योंकि एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा सा बढ़ जाता है। ओपोनेंट को देख के हमें स्ट्रेटजी बनाना आता है, रिंग के ऊपर कैसे गेम को चेंज करना है, बहुत सारी बात आते हैं और वो अगर जब एक्सपीरियंस बढ़ते जाते हैं तो वो रिंग के ऊपर दिखाई देते हैं।
और 69 में जब आपने मेडल जीता था, बहुत ज़्यादा इस तरह का आपको दबाव नहीं था, इस तरह की लेकिन अब जब आप सब 75 में जाएंगे, आपके पास एक ओलंपिक का मेडल है, वो प्रेशर होगा या जो आप प्रोसेस फॉलो कर रही हैं, घर में आपके जिम है, बाहर आप उसी तरह से प्रैक्टिस करती है, वही प्रोसेस से जाएंगी?
हर एक कंपटीशन, मैंने बोला ये एक तपस्या होता है, तो उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करना पड़ता है और ये एक टारगेट अभी कंप्लीट हुआ है, तो अभी दूसरा एशियन गेम्स के लिए मुझे तैयारी करना है। तो उसके लिए हम सभी बैठ के, कोचेस लोग, सभी लोग बैठ के प्लान बनाते हैं और उसी तरीके से हम एक प्रोसेस स्टार्ट करते हैं। तो अभी ये ख़त्म हुआ है, तो एशियन गेम्स के लिए अभी तैयारी करना है।
एज ए जर्नलिस्ट मैं आपको सलाह दूंगा, थोड़ा डिफोकस्ड हुई है, थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस कम कीजिए लाइफ में।
स्ट्रेस तो रहता ही है और इन स्ट्रेस के बीच ही चलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि बॉक्सिंग ऐसा गेम होता है, रिंग के ऊपर क्या हो सकता है किसी को नहीं पता।
करना है इसको, इस मेडल को
बहुत ज़्यादा सेलिब्रेट तो नहीं करना है, लेकिन मैं खुश हूँ और मेरा जो टारगेट है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनना ही नहीं, मुझे ओलंपिक चैंपियन बनना है, तो फोकस को नहीं हटा सकती हूँ मैं अभी तो मुझे अभी नेक्स्ट के लिए
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट, थैंक यू सो मच।
And sticking with sports stories, Mumbai Indians scripted history with a 7-wicket win in the inaugural edition of the Women's Premier League. A thrilling win in a low-scoring final. Here are the top highlights.
The Brabourne Stadium fell to a stunned silence with Shefali Verma going. EC1 striking thrice in 5 overs. Meg Lanning, the captain, counterpunched with an innings of 35 of 29 balls. She was absolutely furious when a horrible mix-up sent her packing. Delhi kept losing wickets and handed Hayley Matthews a special night, who had 3 wickets for 5 runs. She is the purple cap holder with 16 wickets in the competition. The Capitals had a mammoth recovery towards the end through Shikha Pandey and Radha Yadav. The last wicket pair added 52 runs to take Delhi to 131 for 9. Chasing 132 in a big final was always going to be tricky. Radha Yadav and Jais Jonason reduced Mumbai to 23 for 2. They lost both the openers, Matthews and Bhatia. Nat Shiva and Harmanpreet Kaur then dropped anchor, had a 72-run stand to take Mumbai close to a win. Captain Kaur did all the hard work for a 39-ball 37, but this was a twist in the tail. Mumbai on 95, Harmanpreet Kaur was run out. The blue and gold team needed 21 runs in 2 overs. Nat Shiva, under pressure, stroked a half-century. This slog sweep by Amelia Kerr brought the Mumbaikars back to their feet. 16 runs in the penultimate over was the game changer. Mumbai Indians, on the verge of a big win, had legends in the house too. The Mumbai team scripted history with a 7-wicket win in the inaugural edition of WPL. A thrilling win in a low-scoring final, Nat Shiva Brunt, the hero of the night, with unbeaten 60 runs.
The woman in blue will forever be the WPL.
With that, it's a wrap on this show. More news on the other side with my colleague Vishnu Shom. Stay tuned.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television.
Good afternoon. The Shiv Sena-Congress group is to boycott a dinner organized by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Delhi after being upset by Rahul Gandhi's "My name is not Savarkar, won't apologize" comment after his disqualification as an MP. Mr Thackeray had warned of fissures in the Maharashtra opposition alliance if the Congress leader didn't stop insulting our God. "I want to tell Rahul Gandhi that we have come together." That's right, we have come together to save democracy and the constitution in this country, but do not make any statements that will create fissures. That's what Uddhav Thackeray has had to say. The Congress and Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, along with the NCP, have been in an alliance since they formed a coalition government in Maharashtra in 2019. They've stayed in the alliance even after a coup in the Shiv Sena brought down Uddhav Thackeray's government, and the rebel leader Eknath Shinde took power in an alliance with the BJP. Rahul Gandhi's criticism of the Hindutva ideologue Veer Savarkar during his Bharat Jodo Yatra last year had sparked a rift between the Congress and Uddhav Thackeray's party that first time around. The allies had smoothed over their differences at that time, with Mr Thakre's top aide Sanjay Raut joining Rahul Gandhi's march. In a rare display of opposition unity, the Trinamool Congress has joined a Congress-led opposition strategy meeting for the first time and has participated in a black protest against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as an MP. The Trinamool asserted that its support was restricted to the Rahul Gandhi protest, as it believed that the opposition should be united on this. Amidst unruly scenes where Congress MPs hurled papers at the chair, the Lok Sabha adjourned seconds after it commenced till 4 p.m. The Rajya Sabha has been adjourned till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Opposition parties, including the Trinamool, the BRS, the Aam Aadmi Party and the other faction of the Shiv Sena, have joined the Congress in a protest march to Vijay Chowk and addressed a joint press conference. Clad in black, the sparring opposition leaders have come together over the issue of Rahul Gandhi's disqualification.
राहुल गांधी जी का जो डिफेमेशन केस में डिस्क्वालीफाई जो हमारे स्पीकर ने किया था, उसके बारे में डेमोक्रेसी की हालत देश में क्या है, किस ढंग से चल रही है, इसके लिए वो सभी पार्टी चिंतित है कि इस देश में डेमोक्रेसी को मोदी जी एक एक करके खत्म कर रहे हैं। जो लोग झुकते नहीं, उनको झुकाने के लिए ईडी का इस्तेमाल, सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल उन्होंने किया। अपोजिशन पार्टी को आप दबाने की कितनी भी कोशिश करेंगे, अपोजिशन पार्टी डरेगी नहीं, दबेगी नहीं, झुकेगी नहीं।
I say, I'm not walking out. You guys take this kind of statement. Kaha Bhagwan Ram and kaha these guys. The other day you said, I am not apologize because I am not Savarkar. Do you know the contribution of people like Savarkar ji? And you're getting, as I said, getting an ass to run a horse's race. That's my comment.
इनके काले कारनामे, अब काले कपड़े, ये काले जादू तक जाने वाले हैं, क्योंकि काले कारनामे छिप नहीं पाए। अहंकार इतना ज्यादा राहुल गांधी जी का है, जो पिछड़े समाज से माफी तो नहीं मांगी, कोर्ट में भी माफी नहीं मांगी, कोर्ट का जब आदेश आ गया तो उसको भी मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं। सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि क्या पिछड़ों को इसी तरह से ही अपशब्द अपमानित करने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी करती रहेगी? क्या कांग्रेस काले कपड़े, काले कारनामे करने के बाद पहनती रहेगी? क्या काले जादू तक भी ये पार्टी जाएगी अपने बचाव के लिए?
हम तो इसके लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि अंतोगत्वा उनके और उनके टीम के जरिए जो बातें हुई, जो कारनामे हुए, जो हरकतें हुई, जो बिहेवियर हुआ, उसकी वजह से सारा अपोजिशन इस इशू पे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एकजुट और एकजुट हो गया है।
All right, well, what you are seeing are several opposition leaders who have come together. This includes the Trinamool Congress, the BRS, the Aam Aadmi Party and the other faction of the Shiv Sena. They joined the Congress. Many of these leaders dressed in black as a symbol of protest. They were also on a protest march to Vijay Chowk. They addressed a press conference later on. They've come together on the issue of Rahul Gandhi's disqualification, several of them saying that this was part of an effort to target the opposition to stifle dissent in the country and the voices of the opposition. All right, let's quickly move on now to another one of our top stories. All right, we can go across now to NDTV's Vedant, who joins us for more on this. Vedant, interesting over here that the Trinamool Congress, which has said that they want to be equidistant from the BJP and the Congress party, is actually backing the Congress. Give us an idea of what it is that the Trinamool is saying and what these protests have been all about.
So since the morning, Vishnu, the Trinamool Congress has maintained that this support to the Congress is issue-based. The Trinamool Congress continues to say that they have come out in support for the Congress's black protests today only as far as the Rahul Gandhi issue is concerned, Rahul Gandhi's disqualification is concerned. And this, of course, is significant because the TMC has so far, stayed away from the strategy meetings of the opposition at Mr. Kharge's chamber, and it was the first time today that the Trinamool today. As you rightly pointed out, the Trinamool Congress has said that it wants to remain equidistant from both the Congress and the BJP. In fact, the Trinamool Congress has been very vocal in criticizing Rahul Gandhi and also made no bones about its ideological differences with the Congress as well. But today the TMC said that they are coming out in support of the Congress only as far as Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as a Member of Parliament is concerned, because that is a larger dent to India's democracy as per them. Now, other than that, remember today 16 other political
interrupting you now so that we can go across to images from the Lok Sabha, where a few moments back we saw behind the speaker, the deputy speaker of the Lok Sabha, we saw images of Save Democracy, placards there being raised over there by opposition leaders. This on a day in which, pointing it and sort of coming in front of various cameras is what is happening in the Lok Sabha at this stage. Several leaders of the opposition walking out as well, as I understand it. But at this stage, placards on the floor of the Lok Sabha, a very serious issue. But let's listen in to what's happening.
मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। मैं अब राज्यसभा द्वारा सिफारिश किए गए संशोधन को सभा के मतदान के लिए रखूंगी। प्रश्न यह है कि राज्यसभा द्वारा सिफारिश किया गया संशोधन संख्या 1 को स्वीकार किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हैं, वे कृपया हाथ।
All right, so protests on the floor of the Lok Sabha, Save Democracy placards being raised by the opposition. But there's a BJP press conference happening. Let's listen in.
और बहुत ही कानूनी स्पष्ट परिस्थिति होने के बावजूद अनाप शनाप बयान देके विषय को से लोगों को भ्रमित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस ने कल सत्याग्रह भी किया। ये अलग बात है कि कोई बहुत ज़्यादा जनता में उसका उत्साह नहीं दिखा। अलग अलग प्रदेशों से जो खबर आ रही है उसमें कोई लोग नहीं दिखे बड़े पैमाने पे सत्याग्रह करते। आज काले कपड़ों में सदन में आए। कब तक कांग्रेस पार्टी इतनी छोटे स्तर की राजनीति करती रहेगी? मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, चाहे वो सत्याग्रह हो या काले कपड़े पहन रहे हैं, वो उससे क्या लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को अपमानित करना चाहते हैं? देश के कानून व्यवस्था को अपमानित करना चाहते हैं? क्या वो काले कपड़े जो पिछड़े समाज, जो ओबीसी के लिए अशब्द कहे गए हैं राहुल जी द्वारा, उसको वो जस्टिफाई करना चाहते हैं? क्या जिस कोर्ट ने, न्यायालय ने उनको कन्विक्ट किया है उसके खिलाफ प्रदर्शन था? क्या ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट के खिलाफ प्रदर्शन था जिसने ये निर्णय लिया है कि अगर कोई भी व्यक्ति 2 वर्ष की उसके ऊपर सजा आती है तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाता है? और या वो प्रदर्शन अपने खुद के नेता राहुल गांधी के विरोध में था, जिन्होंने 2013 में वो अध्यादेश और कानून फाड़कर प्रेस के सामने एक प्रकार से नींव रखी, जिसके तहत आज वो ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गए। जिस दिन न्यायालय ने ये निर्णय लिया कि उनको 2 साल की सजा मानहानि के इस बहुत ही ओछे बयान के ऊपर, जिससे पूरा ओबीसी समाज देश का व्यथित है, नाराज है कांग्रेस के ऊपर, राहुल गांधी के ऊपर, और मैं समझता हूं कि ना सदन को, ना सदन के स्पीकर या चेयरमैन को किसी की इसमें कोई डिस्क्रिशन नहीं है। कानून सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ा स्पष्ट रखा है कि जिस वक्त 2 वर्ष की सजा किसी भी एमपी या एमएलए को होती है, उसी समय से ही स्टैंड्स ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालिफाइड। स्पीकर ने तो सिर्फ अपनी जिम्मेदारी निभाई जो उनके पास, जिसमें उनके पास कोई डिस्क्रिशन नहीं है। और ये है लिस्ट, 12 ऐसे और केसेस हैं जो अभी तक ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालीफाई हुए हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय के तहत। आपको ध्यान होगा, सबसे पहले तो 2013 से ये मामला चल रहा है। 2013 में लालू प्रसाद यादव जी, राशिद मसूद जी, जगदीश शर्मा जी, और ये 3 अलग अलग पार्टी के हैं। लालू प्रसाद यादव आरजेडी के, राशिद मसूद कांग्रेस के, जगदीश शर्मा जेडीयू के, ऐसे ही सेल्व गणपति डीएमके के, मोहम्मद फैजल एनसीपी के, हाल में ही डिस्क्वालीफाई हुए, अब्दुल्ला आजम खान समाजवादी पार्टी के। तो 6 अलग अलग पार्टी के तो सांसद डिस्क्वालीफाई हुए हैं। उस समय क्या कोई आंदोलन तो दिखा नहीं, कोई काले कपड़ों में दिखा नहीं, कोई सत्याग्रह में पे नहीं दिखा। यह स्पष्ट दिखाता है जो प्रमोद तिवारी जी ने बयान दिया हाल में ही, जिसमें उनके शब्द थे राहुल गांधी के परिवार के लिए कानून अलग होना चाहिए, और ये भी कहते हैं सेंटेंस में अलग होना चाहिए, कन्विक्शन में नहीं। यानी एक प्रकार से वो इस बात को स्वीकार कर रहे हैं कि उन्होंने गुनाह तो किया है, अपराध तो किया है, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा कन्विक्शन तो करते हुए तो देखा जाता है, अपराध क्या था उस पर उनका कोई आलोचना नहीं है। वो एक्नॉलेज करते हैं कि अपराध किया, और कहते हैं सेंटेंस पे अलग कानून होना चाहिए। ये हमारे किसी को समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि एक परिवार के लिए इस देश में कैसे अलग कानून मांगते हैं। मैं समझता हूं इससे बड़ा घोर अपमान भारत के कानून का और कानून व्यवस्था का नहीं हो सकता है। ये फिर एक बार एक डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स, परिवारवाद की जो उनकी राजनीति है, उसका परिचय कांग्रेस दे रही है। इतने सारे केसेस के बाद, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी जी ने, और उनको तो माफी मांगने की जरूरत थी। कल एक उनके कांग्रेस के नेता ने बयान दिया है कि उनके खुद के नेता बार बार कहते गए राहुल जी आप माफी मांग लो, विषय समाप्त करो, लेकिन उनकी एरोगेंस थी, उनका घमंड था कि वो माफी मांगने से उन्होंने इनकार कर दिया, और आज लोकतंत्र के ऊपर सवाल उठाने की बात कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि लोकतंत्र में स्पीकर के पास जिस प्रकार से मिसबिहेवियर हो रहा है हाउस में, चेयरमैन के पास जिस प्रकार से भद्दा व्यवहार राज्यसभा के कांग्रेस और अन्य विपक्षी दल के सदस्य कर रहे हैं, एडजर्न करने के अलावा कोई पर्याय ही नहीं है। ऐसे में एक तरफ खुद एडजर्न कराते हैं, व्यवहार देखिए, आज कागज फाड़ के पहली बार लोकसभा में इतने वर्षों में कागज फाड़ के उन्होंने आसन पर फेंके हैं। ऐसी परिस्थिति में मैं समझता हूं कि स्पीकर बार बार कहते रहे कि मैं चलाना चाहता हूं हाउस, सबको मौका मिलेगा, लेकिन कांग्रेस की मंशा ओबीसी समाज का अपमान करने की है, ये बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से देखने को मिलता है। माफी भी नहीं मांगूंगा क्योंकि इनकी मानसिकता ही ओबीसी समाज के विरुद्ध रही है, पहले भी थी और आज भी उसका परिचय देश के सामने बार बार देखने को मिलता है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है, ये कभी कानून के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होने देगी, कानून को सर्वप्रिय मानती है, और भारत का जो संविधान है वो सबके लिए समान है। भारत के हर नागरिक को संविधान और कानून के तहत अपना काम करना है। और मैं ये भी समझना चाहता हूं कि आखिर ये 4 साल तक केस चला, इतनी सारी हियरिंग्स हुई, फाइनल हियरिंग तक में उनके 6 बड़े बड़े नेता हैं। अभिषेक मनु संघवी जी बड़े वरिष्ठ लॉयर हैं, चिदम्बरम जी बड़े वरिष्ठ लॉयर हैं, कपिल सिब्बल जी बड़े वरिष्ठ लॉयर हैं, केटीएस तुलसी जी बड़े वरिष्ठ लॉयर हैं, विवेक तनखा जी हैं, मनीष तिवारी हैं। 6 तो ध्यान में आते हैं तुरंत, जो बड़े विख्यात कानून के उनके मान्य सदस्य। इसमें से एक भी सदस्य कोई भी हियरिंग में ना आखिरी हियरिंग में गया, और जब कन्विक्शन हो गया उसके बाद भी आर्ग्यूमेंट्स चले, उनके वकील ने भी आर्ग्यूमेंट किए, जो पेटिशनर था उसके वकील ने भी आर्ग्यूमेंट किए। एक भी बड़ा कानूनी उनका सांसद या बड़ा उनका नेता ना हाजिर होना, यह भी एक सवाल उठाता है कि क्या ये कांग्रेस की अंदरूनी कोई लड़ाई है? क्या कांग्रेस के नेता स्वयं राहुल गांधी जी को तकलीफ में डालना चाहते थे? ये किसके एडवाइस पे पूरी कानूनी प्रक्रिया उन्होंने चलाई, ये वास्तव में एक सवाल खड़ा करता है। और मैं समझता हूं राहुल गांधी जी को कोई अधिकार नहीं है कि वो देश के कानून से अपने आप को बड़ा समझे, इस घमंड के साथ पूरे ओबीसी समाज की अपमान करे और बार बार सदन के पीठ के ऊपर जो पीठासन अधिकारी हैं, जो स्पीकर चेयरमैन का अपमान और उनकी अवमानना करने की जो कोशिश की जा रही है उनके अलग अलग नेताओं द्वारा, उसका भारतीय जनता पार्टी घोर निंदा करता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक विषय जरूर मैं पूछना चाहूंगा कांग्रेस के माननीय सांसदों को कि ये जो काले कपड़े कहां पहने जाते हैं, किस जगह पर ये काले कपड़े ज्यादा देखने को मिलते हैं? और मुझे लगता है उनके पास इतने हताशी हो गई है, आज इतना वो डिमोरलाइज है कि वो शायद सिर्फ काला जादू पे फिर एक बार अपने आप को टिकाना चाहते हैं। वो शायद बाकी सब पर्याय उनके फेल हो चुके हैं। ऐसी परिस्थिति में उनके पास सिर्फ काला जादू ही एक रह गया है, लेकिन ये नहीं समझते हैं कि जनता का विश्वास वो पूरी तरीके से खो चुके हैं, और आप कुछ भी कर लें, अब जनता उनके ऊपर विश्वास नहीं करेगी। धन्यवाद। आप अगर देखें तो मैंने अभी अभी गिनाया कि इतने सारे दलों के अलग अलग सदस्यों को अलग अलग समय पे अपनी सदस्यता खोनी पड़ी, क्योंकि कोर्ट ने 2 साल की एक बार सजा देते ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट के तहत वो ऑटोमेटिक डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाते हैं। लेकिन मुझे लगता है बाकी सदन के जो पक्ष हैं उनका आप देखें तो बड़ा हाफ हार्टेड सा, एक विपक्षीय दल के नाते हाफ हार्टेड सपोर्ट था। अधिकांश तो कांग्रेस के सदस्य वेल में थे। क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से माननीय राहुल गांधी जी ने विदेशी धरती पे जाकर भारत का अपमान किया, भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान किया, भारत के दोनों सदनों का, पार्लियामेंट का अपमान किया, जिस प्रकार से हर इंस्टीट्यूशन का अपमान किया, मैं समझता हूं ये पूरे देश में किसी को भी मान्य नहीं है। मेरा विश्वास है मीडिया के भी मेरे मित्र बात को नहीं मान सकते। और जिस प्रकार का घमंड है वो आपने कल भी देखा, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने मीडिया के उन्हीं के बीट रिपोर्टर जो 15 साल से कांग्रेस के बीट को कवर करते हैं, जो भद्दा व्यवहार जर्नलिस्ट के साथ भी रहा, यानी उनसे कोई प्रश्न भी नहीं पूछ सकते एक्सेप्ट कोई स्क्रिप्टेड प्रश्न हो, उसके अलावा उनके पास कुछ बोलने की तैयारी भी नहीं होती है। तो ऐसे में वो पूरे देश की अर्थव्यवस्था का अपमान करते रहे, उसको कैसे सदन भी स्वीकार करे और देश स्वीकार करे। उनकी बात गलत है, क्योंकि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन हैपेंस फ्रॉम द मोमेंट द सेंटेंस इज अनाउंस. जिस वक्त सेंटेंस अनाउंस हो जाते हैं उसके बाद वो ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालिफाइड है. समय कितना भी लगे, वो रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट जिस समय कन्विक्शन हुआ उस दिन से वो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाते हैं. तो समय का इससे कोई संबंध नहीं. और मैं समझता हूं कि कानून सभी के लिए सामान्य है और सभी को उस कानून के अंतर्गत डिस्क्वालीफाई कोर्ट के निर्णय के तहत होता है. स्पीकर ने कब वो ऑर्डर पास किया उसका कोई उससे संबंध नहीं है. देखिए, भारत में ओबीसी समाज बहुत बड़ा है और देश भर में उनके प्रतिनिधि पार्लियामेंट में भी चुन के आते हैं. मैं उन दोनों माननीय मुख्यमंत्री की मजबूरी समझ सकता हूं कि उनके पास कोई पर्याय नहीं है, पर दिल में उनके जरूर चोट पहुंची होगी जिस प्रकार से राहुल गांधी जी ने पूरे समाज का अपमान किया है. पर एक पार्टी के डिसिप्लिन सोल्जर, और वैसे तो कांग्रेस का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड ऐसा है कि अगर कोई उनके कहे हुए रास्ते पे नहीं चलता है, एक परिवार के कहे हुए रास्ते पे, तो तुरंत सरकार को भी बर्खास्त कर सकते हैं, अपने मुख्यमंत्री बदल सकते हैं. और आपको ध्यान होगा, पहले भी लिस्ट निकली है कैसे कांग्रेस के समय बहुत बड़ी संख्या में, शायद 50-60 से ज्यादा बार सरकारों को टॉपल किया गया कांग्रेस द्वारा. तो बेचारे दोनों मुख्यमंत्री अपनी अपनी गद्दी संभालने में लगे होंगे. पर देश में आप देखिए कि पूरे ओबीसी समाज को कितनी आहत पहुंची है, कितना गुस्सा है कि इनके सत्याग्रह में भी सम्मिलित होने के लिए उंगलियों पे गिन लो ऐसे संख्या में इनके सत्याग्रह में लोग आ रहे हैं. मैं समझता हूं कि कांग्रेस को इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है कि इस देश में अच्छी बातें सरकार जो कर रही है उसको करने दें. आखिर आप देखिए, जन विश्वास बिल है, उसकी जॉइंट सिलेक्ट कमेटी की रिपोर्ट भी आ गई है, वो अब पेश होना था, लेकिन इस प्रकार से वो सदन चलने ही नहीं दे रहे. उस जन विश्वास बिल से देश में कितने सारे कानून में सामान्य आदमी को सुविधा मिलती, जो क्रिमिनल प्रोविजंस है उससे राहत मिलती, बिजनेस करने में सुविधा होती और ईज ऑफ लिविंग भी लोगों को फायदा होता. इसी प्रकार से बायोडाइवर्सिटी का बिल सबसे पहले लिस्टेड है लोकसभा में. कंपटीशन लॉ में कुछ प्रावधान को बदला जा रहा है जिससे राहत मिलेगी, बिजनेस को निवेश आएगा भारत में. मुझे लगता है जिस अच्छी तरीके से नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सरकार चलाई है उससे कांग्रेस को चिंता है कि अगली बार 303 से भी अधिक सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए को और ज्यादा बड़े पैमाने पे जनता का विश्वास, जनता का समर्थन मिलेगा. आज 9 वर्ष में भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश में सबसे लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री, 9 वर्ष तक, आज तक ऐसी कभी स्थिति नहीं हुई है इतिहास में कि 9 वर्ष कंटिन्यूअसली एक नेता इतनी हाई लेवल की एक्सेप्टेंस देश में प्राप्त कर सके. उससे शायद कांग्रेस बहुत चिंतित है. हाल में 3 नॉर्थ ईस्ट के राज्यों में भी कांग्रेस की क्या हालत हुई आपने देखा. मैं समझता हूं कि उससे बचने के लिए और फिर एक बार कर्नाटक में मुंह की हार खाने से डरने के लिए, डरते हुए कांग्रेस इस प्रकार के हथकंडे अपना रही है.
सत्याग्रह का नाम दिया जा रहा है प्रोटेस्ट को, और दूसरी तरफ ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि गांधी है नहीं मांगे. और दूसरी चीज ये भी देखने को मिला जो महागठबंधन में सरकार चल रही है बिहार में, जब प्रोटेस्ट हुआ तो उसमें बाकी पार्टियों ने साथ नहीं दिया, उन्होंने ओबीसी के नाम पर कहा कि राहुल को माफी मांगना.
तो हम भी कह रहे हैं कि ओबीसी का समाज का अपमान किया है और इसलिए वास्तव में देश में कोई उस सत्याग्रह को कोई मान ही नहीं रहे, बजाय कि उनके कुछ गिने चुने लोग. और असलियत तो ये है कि सत्याग्रह तब होता है जब जन समर्थन मिलता है। आज कोई जन समर्थन इनके साथ नहीं। यही बात की पुष्टि मैंने आंकड़ों के साथ भी मैं कर सकता हूँ। मैं अभी देख रहा था कि पूरे गुजरात में कोई एक स्थान पे अगर मैक्सिमम लोग आए सत्याग्रह में तो वो उंगलियों पे गिन सके, 100 से भी कम लोग थे। और ऐसी परिस्थिति, महाराष्ट्र से मैं आता हूँ, किधर भी हमने सत्याग्रह में ज्यादा लोग नहीं देखे। रेल रोकने जाते हैं तो 15-20 लोगों से ज्यादा किधर दिखे नहीं। तो वास्तव स्थिति ये है कि और कौन से गांधी परिवार से आते हैं ये भी स्पष्टीकरण कर लें। महात्मा गांधी के परिवार से तो इनका कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है, तो ये तो अपना नेहरू परिवार के सदस्य हैं और उसके बारे में तो पहले चर्चा हो ही चुकी है।
Congress party has top legal leaders, you just mentioned right now, and it seems that they're going slow. Do you think that perhaps they will portray Rahul Gandhi and perhaps they will use this in upcoming elections?
Well, they are free to portray what they like, but the people of India will decide. And the people of India have already lost complete faith in Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party. The people of India have full trust and admiration for the wonderful work that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done consistently for 9 years, serving the poor, serving the middle class, serving every section of society, giving every section of society their rightful due, making India the envy of the entire world. And world leaders today are admiring the way Mr. Modi is giving leadership not only to India but to the entire world's politics. We have prime ministers and presidents, world leaders coming and admiring the way Prime Minister Modi is the most loved leader in the whole world. Incidentally, the Italian Prime Minister said today Prime Minister Modi is the most loved leader in the world. And we have multiple instances of world leaders acknowledging Prime Minister Modi's popularity, acceptance and global seniority and global leadership. In India, of course, every survey repeatedly and consistently and election results one after the other confirm Prime Minister Modi's undiminishing popularity, in fact increasing popularity.
Mr. Goyal,
धन्यवाद।
एक छोटा सा सवाल, राहुल गांधी is few weeks away from going to jail and if the higher court doesn't diminish his with the
All right, the Minister Piyush Goyal over there talking about or referring to the protests which the opposition are holding, hitting back at the Congress party and all of the remarks which Rahul Gandhi has made opposing his disqualification. The Congress wants to abuse the OBC community, didn't apologize. That's the line that the BJP has taken over the last couple of days. The reference to OBC is a reference to the remarks made in Kolar by Rahul Gandhi earlier on, where he had hit out at the Modi community is what the allegation of the BJP is, and therefore the BJP has sort of says that this has been an attack on the OBC community. That's one of the arguments which has been raised. Well, let's move on now to the other big story that we are tracking. The Bilkis Bano case is now in the Supreme Court. It is presently being heard. Just a reminder to our viewers about this case, the Bilkis Bano murder case and gang rape case, one of the most horrific in the Gujarat riots which had taken place. Bilkis Bano has been a survivor in that particular case, a case where several were murdered. There were gang rapes which took place. But then a couple of months back, all of those who had been convicted and jailed for life walked out of jail. They were released, as a result of which there have been several protests which have taken place. And there is now an effort in getting the Supreme Court to reverse that decision. That's now being heard. My colleague Tanushree, who's been tracking this story very closely now for quite a few years, joins us for more on this. Tanushree, it's as I understand it, it's a legal argument on which state and which court has jurisdiction. Is that what the Supreme Court is essentially considering?
Absolutely, Vishnu. That's precisely what the Supreme Court is trying to understand. And Shobha Gupta, who is the lawyer of Bilkis Bano, one of the lawyers representing Bilkis Bano in the Supreme Court, clearly told the court that the language of the section is very clear. The state where the trial is held, that state has the jurisdiction to decide about the remission. That state in this question was Maharashtra. It was in the CBI court in Maharashtra, and the presiding judge of that trial court said no to the remission. In fact, the CBI also said that the remission shouldn't be given to the convicts. After that, the judges who are justices, in fact, Vishnu told the convicts council that it's a horrendous crime, and he also tried to inquire about how many years have the convicts already served in jail. To which the convicts council answered that it's only 15 years. Some of the convicts have also served 10 years, and the life imprisonment was for 34 years, to which Vrinda Grover said that there was also a fine for about 34,000 rupees to each convict that was not paid. So default, the convict, the entire term, the entire life term comes into place, and that has not been served. So clearly it's a case where the Gujarat government has given a remission going against the law. So right now the hearing as we speak is underway. What the Supreme Court is trying to understand is that which state has the jurisdiction to decide that should the remission be granted to the convicts or not, whether it was the CBI court in the state of Maharashtra or whether it's the Gujarat government which needs to decide about the remission. So let's see if the court reverses that remission which was granted by the Gujarat government, or it gives another date. But as of now, there are multiple lawyers, including Kapil Sibal, Vrinda Grover, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, and of course Shobha Gupta, who are representing Bilkis Bano, clearly telling the court that the substantive sentence was on the counts of 14 counts of murder, 3 counts of gang rape, children were killed, pregnant women were gang raped, and since it's a horrendous crime, not even a single person, not even a single convict out of the 11 should be allowed to to be released, because the victim is still alive and her security becomes a major issue. So let's see how the Supreme Court, what the Supreme Court has to say on this matter. But the hearing is underway, and this verdict of the Supreme Court is actually going to set a precedent for the remission cases to come in the future. Vishnu, back to you.
So two further questions, Tanushree. Firstly, I think there have been a lot of shocking developments. Firstly, when these men who were accused and jailed, convicted and jailed, when they got out on the basis of remission, they were actually garlanded. Men convicted of gang rape and murder, garlanded after they got out of jail, number one. Number two, the images that we've actually got on our screen have got BJP leaders, MLAs on stage, and I believe this took place just yesterday, in the presence of some of those who were murderers, who are murderers. And the fact that they've been released from jail doesn't change that fact. So it's the brazen manner in which this release has taken place and how these people are roaming around that shocked many. So could you tell us a little bit about that firstly?
Absolutely, Vishnu. In fact, NDTV was the only channel who was on ground, documented all the convicts having a regular life in their village, which also belonged to the victim Bilkis Bano. And it's been ever since 2002, the Bilkis Bano has never been able to revisit her village. And now, after the convicts have been released, they are having a regular life. They are celebrating all the festivals. In fact, they are living a life with absolute impunity, where there are government events where convicts are being invited as chief guests. Yesterday, the event was a groundbreaking event for a Ghar Ghar Jal Yojana, which is a central government scheme. So it was a government event where one of the convicts was sharing stage, posing for pictures with the BJP Dahod MP Jaswant Singh Bhabur and his brother, who is also BJP MLA from Limkheda constituency, Shailesh Bhabur. They were, as you rightly mentioned, as you rightly said, that it completely shows the brazen manner in which the convicts really don't care about the Supreme Court's decision, and nor does the ruling government's leader who are sharing stage, who are supporting them, throwing their weight for the release of these convicts. We have seen many videos, many visuals, many pictures in the past where these convicts were garlanded, they were given laddus, they were celebrated on coming out. And as you rightly said, that release doesn't change a simple fact that these 11 men were convicted for not just gang raping a pregnant woman, but also killing a 3-year-old child. And if you read the charge sheet of of that CBI court's judgment, that has very gory details about how these 11 men actually murdered a child and gang raped a pregnant woman. So these people being released last year on the occasion of in August, in fact 2022, clearly shows that they have some kind of protection by the state, and that is precisely what is challenged at the Supreme Court, where Vrinda Grover, Shobha Gupta are telling the court that this remission is going to set a very wrong precedent. It's a horrendous crime where there were several murders, several gang rape. In fact, a pregnant woman was gang raped, and in absolutely no circumstances should these men be allowed to roam free, and especially when the victim is alive. So let's see how the Supreme Court gives the judgment, but whatever the judgment is, it is going to be it is going to set a precedent for all the remission cases in the future to come.
A couple of points. Kapil Sibal, also one of the lawyers over there, and this is what he's argued, and I'm picking this up from Live Law, where he said, an order granting remission violates each of the parameters of discretion. Kindly see the irony, is what Sibal told the judges. The matter was shifted from Gujarat to Maharashtra. Why was the matter shifted? Because there was no faith in Gujarat police, and that same police has now granted remission. So that's the irony which Sibal talks about. So Tanushree, could you just in simple terms explain, on what basis were they released? Because it's one set of laws which said that they could be released versus others, including the CBI, which said that they shouldn't be released.
Absolutely. The CBI, in fact, the presiding judge of the trial court, which actually gave the sentencing of life imprisonment to these 11 convicts, both of them said no to this remission for one simple reason, on one simple ground. We did speak to the lawyer, the presiding judge as well, who gave the sentence, and he said that it was a horrendous crime. There was obviously a remission is there in the law, and there is a clause for remission to be given to, in fact, lifetime prisoners as well. But in this case, these convicts have done something which we cannot even imagine. It is one of the most horrendous, one of the most heinous crimes which they could commit. They have murdered a 3-year-old child. They have gang raped a pregnant woman, and all this comes under hate crime. This was not for a particular, this was not during a riot. This was, very specific religion-based hate crime under which all these crimes were committed. But on the other hand, the remission, as you asked me, the remission was given by the Gujarat court on the grounds that these men showed some kind of good behavior when they were inside the prison for 15 years. But right now the lawyers are telling that they were in fact not in the prison for all that time. They were continuously on parole. So it's completely now the discretion of the Supreme Court to
I need to move on, but I just want to balance this out with what the convicts' lawyers have also said. And again, one of the lawyers, Mr. Malhotra, has said 15.5 years they have spent, 14 years is the requirement for the policy. There was no one who raised a hue and cry when they were in jail, and they served the entire sentence. An emotional plea is not a legal plea, to which the Supreme Court Judge Justice Joseph says we are not going to be overwhelmed by emotions. But don't expect a verdict today. I expect this to be heard in a couple of days once again, and then let's see how long it goes. But the fact is, this is a clutch of petitions challenging the release of the men involved in murder and gang rape in one of the most horrific cases in the Gujarat riots. We'll take a short break, come back with more. Punjab. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. no noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years.
The Shiv Sena-Congress Thackeray faction is to boycott a dinner organized by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Delhi after being upset by Rahul Gandhi's "My name is not Savarkar, won't apologize" comment after his disqualification as an MP. Mr Thackeray had warned of fissures in the Maharashtra opposition alliance if the Congress leader didn't stop insulting our God. "I want to tell Rahul Gandhi," said Mr Thackeray, "that we have come together." That's right. We've come together to save democracy and the constitution in this country, but do not make any statements that will create fissures. The Congress and Uddhav Thackre's Shiv Sena, along with the NCP, have been in an alliance since they formed a coalition government in Maharashtra in 2019. They stayed on in this alliance even after a coup in the Shiv Sena brought down Uddhav Thackre's government, and the rebel leader Eknath Shinde took part in an alliance with the BJP.
हे स्वातंत्र्य जे आपण उपभोगतोय आणि राहुल गांधी देखील उपभोगतायत, त्यांनी एक दिवस स्वातंत्र्यवीर सावरकर जे अंदमानाच्या जेलमध्ये सेल्युलर जेलमध्ये होते, त्यांनी मरणयातना भोगल्या, त्याच्यामध्ये एक दिवस राहून आलं की त्यांना त्याची जाणीव येईल. पण त्यांच्याकडून काय अपेक्षा करणार आपण? ते वारंवार सांगतायत मी सावरकर नाही गांधी आहे. सावरकर होण्याची तुमची लायकी देखील नाही आहे. सावरकरांचा त्याग तुमच्यामध्ये नाही आहे. तुम्ही काय सावरकर होऊ शकता?
Arvind Gunasekara has been tracking this story. He joins us now. How strong or how serious are these fissures between the Uddhav Thackre Shiv Sena and the Congress party?
Kuno, Congress-led opposition parties had a meeting today to
to devise a strategy or to plan a strategy for the remaining days of the budget session. So Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena, which has been attending the joint opposition meeting that has been chaired by Congress party, skipped today's opposition meeting also. And even after the meeting, when the Congress led opposition parties took out a march under the banner of Save Democracy, even in that particular opposition march, Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena stayed away from it. So when we spoke to some of the leaders of Shiv Sena, what they are maintaining is that they cannot share a platform with the Congress party when Congress party is attacking Savarkar, and they said that there was no need for Rahul Gandhi to take the name of Savarkar on that particular issue. He could have avoided taking the name of Savarkar issue, and then they have expressed their displeasure to the Congress leadership over this particular issue. So what they are saying is that apart from this particular issue, Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena will be standing with Congress party is what they are maintaining. But in this particular case, they maintain that they have expressed their displeasure to the Congress leadership.
All right, Sohit Mishra also joining us for more on this. Sohit, you know, I mean, we've always known that there are deep ideological cracks which exist between the Shiv Sena, whichever faction, and the Congress party. But how close is this in terms of potentially threatening that alliance between Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress party, even after, Uddhav Thackeray stopped being in power?
Well, Vishnu, see, there are two things in the story. Number one is that while Rahul Gandhi made this statement on Savarkar on Saturday, if you look at this entire scenario, it was Uddhav Thackeray who was the first one to react to this on Sunday during one of his rallies. After which, what we see is that on Monday, both BJP as well as Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde faction have been reacting and protesting across the state as well as the country. Now, why is this important? Now, this is important because there are elections that are supposed to be happening in Maharashtra in several places, and where Savarkar will now become an issue. So yes, this will be a big issue in the upcoming municipal corporation elections, and there are several municipal corporation elections that are pending. So that's also the reason why what we can say is that the Eknath Shinde has announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra, which will be organized across the state. On the other hand, we saw yesterday Uddhav Thackeray attacking Rahul Gandhi. We saw how there was an editorial written in Pharma today, and now the Thackeray faction leaders are skipping the dinner that has been organized by the Congress party leaders on this entire issue. So even Uddhav Thackeray knows that to survive or to move ahead in the politics of Maharashtra, he can't be seen someone supporting the statements made against Savarkar. And that too at a time when both the BJP and the Shinde faction have been saying that Thackeray has forgotten Hindutva. And that is why there are slogans being raised. But when I also spoke to the Thackeray faction leaders off record, they say that since they are not in the government as of now, and they are just contesting the elections together, as of now, they will still be in the NDA alliance, but the condition will be that Rahul Gandhi at least should not be stating or saying much against Savarkar, and that is one of the deals that they will also try to speak to Rahul Gandhi as well. So as of now, it will be far-fetched to say that the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance is under any trouble, but this will be one issue where they will be protesting against each other. Right. That is for sure.
All right, thanks very much, Sohit, for joining us with those details. Well, members of the Banjara community have attacked the senior BJP leader BS Yediyurappa's home in Shivmoga in Karnataka. They've been demanding a withdrawal of the Karnataka government's decision for internal reservation. Stones were pelted at BS Yediyurappa's home. Pretty intense scenes, as you can see. The stone pelting incident took place in Shikadipura in Karnataka. The police resorted to a lathi charge. The protesters had gathered outside the former Chief Minister's residence. My colleague Srija joins us for more on this. Srija, fairly extraordinary scenes and a huge crowd which had assembled. Give us more details.
Well, clearly unexpected because these were the scenes that were unfolding just about a few hours ago, right outside former Chief Minister BS Yediyurappa and also BJP's Lingayat strongmen's residence. What we did go on to see on ground is several of these protesters. These protesters are from the Banjara community, which is a scheduled caste and a very key community in terms of determining the poll outcomes as well. Of course, one of the, in terms of the percentage, we're talking about both put together, the SC and ST is about 24%. And more importantly, what we do know is that at that point in time, several of these protesters, in fact, burnt the effigies of BS Yediyurappa and also Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai as well. Now, the bone of contention right here has been, as far as the protesters are concerned, they say that the A.K. Sadashivan Justice Committee, which was formed especially to look into internal reservation, which is with respect to the, whether it is jobs for that matter or in terms of educational welfare schemes, we see that the government had come up with something called the A.K. Sadashivan Committee, which was formed back in 2005. So now the Karnataka government, which is the cabinet, has accepted that particular report and they are now looking forward to send it to the centre for recommendation, to which we understand this particular community has protested against the state government. And also what the Banjara community says also is that this particular report, which was filed by the community back then, there was no transparency at all, and they did not, in fact, there was no fair investigation or survey which was conducted on ground. Instead, only a few case studies were taken into account. Now, if this is implemented, according to the Banjara community, they say that they will be deprived in terms of socially as well as in terms of educationally as well. Back to you.
Right, thanks very much for sharing those details, Cheetah, with us. We're going to take a short break at this stage. Come back with more.
पंजाब बदल रहा है, नई रफ्तार से चल रहा है.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
This initiative
Sports, and the Mumbai Indians scripted history with a 7-wicket win in the inaugural edition of the Women's Premier League. A thrilling win in a low-scoring final. Here are the highlights.
The Brabourne Stadium fell to a stunned silence with Shefali Verma going. EC won, striking thrice in 5 overs. Meg Lanning, the captain, counterpunched with an innings of 35 of 29 balls. She was absolutely furious when a horrible mix-up sent her packing. Delhi kept losing wickets and handed Hayley Matthews a special night, who had 3 wickets for 5 runs. She is the purple cap holder with 16 wickets in the competition. The Capitals had a mammoth recovery towards the end through Shikha Pandey and Radha Yadav. The last wicket pair added 52 runs to take Delhi to 131 for 9. Chasing 132 in a big final was always going to be tricky. Radha Yadav and Jayesh Jonathan reduced Mumbai to 23 for 2. They lost both the openers, Matthews and Bhatia. Nat Shiva and Harmanpreet Kaur then dropped anchor, had a 72-run stand to take Mumbai close to a win. Captain Kaur did all the hard work for a 39-ball 37, but this was a twist in the tail. Mumbai on 95, Harmanpreet Kaur was run out. The blue and gold team needed 21 runs in 2 overs. Nat Shiva, under pressure, stroked a half-century. This slog sweep by Amelia Kerr brought the Mumbaikars back to their feet. 16 runs in the penultimate over was the game changer. Mumbai Indians, on the verge of a big win, had legends in the house too. The Mumbai team scripted history with a 7-wicket win in the inaugural edition of WPL. A thrilling win in a low-scoring final. Nat Shiva Brunt, the hero of the night, with unbeaten 60 runs.
The woman in blue will forever be the WPL.
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. More coming up. In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years.
Hello and welcome. You are watching NDTV. I'm Sarah Jacob. Let's get you up to date with the big stories developing right now. The Supreme Court is hearing the Bilkis Bano case and we do have an update on that. We're going to go across to that. That is a developing story. But meanwhile, let me just get you the other political story of the day as that hearing is just winding up in the Supreme Court. As the Congress's protests against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the Lok Sabha as MP has entered day 2 and the BJP is defending the disqualification as a lawful move and has accused the Congress of protesting against the Constitution and the courts. Now, the Congress has called Mr. Gandhi's disqualification a conspiracy to silence Rahul Gandhi, who they say was making the Prime Minister and the BJP uncomfortable with sharp questions on the Adani Hindenburg report issue. But the BJP's Piyush Goyal has asserted that the action against Mr. Gandhi is lawful and initiated by an independent judiciary.
बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि सदन की कार्रवाई को बार-बार कांग्रेस के सदस्य चलने नहीं दे रहे हैं। कानून सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ा स्पष्ट रखा है कि जिस वक्त 2 वर्ष की सजा किसी भी एमपी या एमएलए को होती है, उसी समय से ही स्टैंड्स ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालिफाइड। ये स्पष्ट दिखाता है जो प्रमोद तिवारी जी ने बयान दिया हाल में ही, जिसमें उनके शब्द थे राहुल गांधी के परिवार के लिए कानून अलग होना चाहिए और ये भी कहते हैं सेंटेंस में अलग होना चाहिए, कन्विक्शन में नहीं।
Let's go across to my colleague Megha, who's monitoring this story. So Megha, for the BJP, clearly trying to take the sting out of the opposition's charge that they are trying to decrease the opposition space by merely pointing to the fact that they say this is all entirely legal. This is what the law requires. At the moment you have a disqualification, it comes into place almost immediately.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, for the BJP, today when Mr. Goyal held that press conference, he tried to draw that distinction between what a legal process is and the politicking that is happening on the side. Well, he said this is out and out a decision that is given by a court of law, and it has to be fought legally. If you have a problem with that, you go in appeal. You do not do satyagraha outside the parliament. And of course, you heard him make a reference to Pramod Tiwari's statement. That Pramod Tiwari, quite a bizarre statement that he made when he said that this set of laws for the Gandhis needs to be separate. One is still wondering why he made a statement to that effect, but he has quite clearly said that, courts need to understand that Gandhis cannot be dealt with the same set of laws by which the entire of the country gets governed. So the BJP is using that. And today, Mr. Goyal also made a reference because it's a statement that has obviously not even gone down well with their own party, with the Congress party people, as to how something like this was spoken by a senior leader of the party. So Mr. Goyal made a reference to that, saying, this is the sense of entitlement. This is all the satyagraha that is happening, or you are seeing on the streets. First, he said that the Congress party doesn't even have the support of the people. So you hardly have 20, 30 people gathering for satyagrahas in different pockets, and they're trying to portray as if the country is with them. But A, that's not the case, and B, whatever is happening, even the smaller ones, is only happen. It's not happening for any democratic values of the country, or it is only happening for a particular family. The family of the Gandhis. He also questioned that they need to first find out which Gandhis are they, because that's definitely not connected to Mahatma Gandhi, etc. So yeah, it was a multi-pronged attack. And the question that he's asking, the BJP is asking today, is that if there is a conviction and a sentence that has been handed out, you are not the first one. They have released a list of 12 members of parliament in the past, including 6 from the BJP, who were instantly disqualified in a similar situation where they were handed over 2 years of sentence. So who are you fighting against? And are you fighting against the Supreme Court's judgment of 2013? Or are you fighting against the other court judgment that handed you a 2-year-long?
All right, Megha Prasad reporting from New Delhi. Thanks for that. I'm going to cut into your response, because I want to go across to that breaking news story that we had promised at the start of the bulletin. The Supreme Court of India has called the crime committed against Bilkis Bano as horrendous and issued a notice to the Gujarat government. A detailed hearing is now going to be held on the 18th of April. But in court just minutes ago, the Supreme Court issued a notice to the centre and the Gujarat government on a plea filed by Bilkis Bano challenging the remission of the sentence of 11 convicts in this gang rape case. Now, the Supreme Court was hearing a batch of pleas challenging the remission of the sentence of these 11 convicts in the Bilkis Bano gang rape case. The case also involved the killing of 7 members of her family. This, of course, was during the 2002 Gujarat riots. The pleas have been filed by several political and civil rights activists, and a writ petition filed by Bilkis Bano herself. In March, the Chief Justice had directed the matter for urgent listing and agreed to constitute a new bench to hear the batch of pleas. Meanwhile, just yesterday visuals emerged that you're seeing on your screen right now of one of the convicts in this case seen sharing a stage with the Horde BJP MP and MLA from the Horde. These images surfaced yesterday and drew a sharp response from opposition leaders and others. Meanwhile, in court, the lawyers, the counsel for the convicts are hoping that there will be no remission. But let's go across to Tanushree for more on this. So, Tanushree, the court had said it would be looking into this matter. First, take us through what transpired in court today.
Well, today what we witnessed was a strong intervention by the Supreme Court in this case, where the Gujarat government granted remission to the 11 convicts of the Bilkis Bano case. Now, a couple of highlights of what really conspired in the case, couple of takeaways. The next date of hearing is on the 18th of April. On that date, the lead case is going to be the writ petition which has been filed by Bilkis Bano. Rest all the cases which have been filed by political leaders, politicians or civil rights activists will be secondary cases. The lead case will be the writ petition which has been filed by Bilkis Bano, the victim herself. Now, the second important thing which the Supreme Court has asked to the Convicts Council is that the Supreme Court has served notices to the central government, to the Ministry of Home Affairs, and also to the Gujarat government. They have the Supreme Court has asked all these parties to keep the files ready, to keep all documents ready, as to give a proof to the court that on what grounds did the centre, did the Gujarat government, did the Ministry of Home Affairs granted remission to these 11 convicts. Also, something very interesting, Sarah, that the bench of 2 justices said that we have many murder cases in front of us, we have many heinous crimes in front of us, where the convicts are languishing in jail even after they have served their entire sentencing. So we need to know that was there a uniformity, was there something special about these cases that these 11 convicts were released by the centre, by the MHA, by this Gujarat government, and why was this selective, why was this selective basically sort of favour given to these kind of 11 convicts. So that is why the centre, the Gujarat government and the MHA have been asked to keep all the files ready, to keep all the documents ready. And second important thing is that all this has happened in the Supreme Court before. It was already decided that the presiding, the state will be, which will be deciding the remission to convicts, will be the state where the convicts were already languishing, which means it will be Gujarat and not Maharashtra. But it is interesting that the new new bench which has now been constituted by the CGI is again going to go into it, and the bench is going to decide in the next date of hearing that according to law, which state should have the discretion to grant remission to the convicts, whether it should be the state where the hearing took place, the trial took place. In this case, it will be Maharashtra, the CBI court in Maharashtra, or whether it should be the state where the convicts were languishing in jail. Because Kapil Sibal said that the remission granted to these 11 convicts violates all the parameters of the discretion. The case was transferred out of the state of Gujarat because the police was not faithful. The court and the victim did not trust the police, and the same police has now granted remission to the convicts. So it's a complete joke. That's what Kapil Sibal told the court, and that is why the court has now decided that once again it is going to go into the process, and it will be decided once and for all that which state has the jurisdiction, which state has the discretion and the authority to decide whether the convict should be granted bail, granted premature release, granted remission or not. That's one. Secondly, the state and the center and the MHA have to give all the documents once again to prove that on what grounds only these convicts of one particular case from the Gujarat riots were given remission. And the third most important thing is that the writ petition filed by the victim herself, Bilkis Bano, will be made the lead case. Rest all the cases which have been filed by Suhasini Ali, filed by Mahua Moitro, a TMC leader, those cases will be secondary. Firstly, it will decide whether what the victim wants in this particular case. Also, the court clarified that it is going to strike a balance and not take a decision in an emotional way. Back to you.
All right. So, if I can just sum up, a setback, a huge setback for the centre and the state, because the Supreme Court having some very strong words, apart from calling this a horrendous crime, saying that we have many murder cases where convicts are languishing in jail for remission without years. Is this a case where standards have been applied uniformly like other cases, asking whether these convicts have been given special treatment? And going back, the Supreme Court, this bench hearing this case is going to go back to square one. So they're going to start looking at all of the angles, all of the aspects in this case right from the start. So, Tanushree, what was the response of the counsel for the convicts and the centre and the state today?
We just spoke to Rishi Malhotra, who is the convicts counsel, and he told us that, you know, we are really surprised to see the audacity of the victim to actually ask for a writ petition on a matter which has already been decided. And we also do not feel that this case is for the civil rights activists or for the political leaders to take. It's complete politics. He told us that it is complete politics, where Kapil Sibal, Abhishek Manu Singhvi are representing TMC leaders and Suhasini Ali and journalists and civil rights activists. It's not their case. It's a criminal case, which and these people, the sentencing was for 14 years by logic, and these convicts have already served more than 14 years. They have served 15.5 years in jail. So when they are out, why is such a hue and cry? They have already served their life sentencing. There was no capital punishment of hang till death. So they are totally, they can, by the law, they can totally apply for a remission, and in this case, they have been granted one. So why is so much hue and cry right now? Also, what Rishi Malhotra told us is that murder is definitely horrendous. Any murder, there is no denying or running away from the fact that what the convicts did was horrendous, was a completely heinous crime, but they have already served the sentencing for it. In fact, 1.5 years more than that. So now they are trying to go back to their life. They are trying to make things better. Why are people not giving them a chance to do that? But on the other hand, we also spoke to Shobha Gupta, Bilkis's lawyer. She said that this is going to set a wrong precedent in the society. So let's see what the Supreme Court says.
All right, so that was the stand of the counsel for the victim. But interestingly, he has, they calls it the audacity of the victim to go in for a writ petition. Hold on, Tanushree, I just have one more question for you. While the court themselves, the Supreme Court has clearly said that this writ petition filed by Bilkis herself is going to get precedent. It will be heard first in order of priority. Tanushree, last one question as the lawyer for the counsel for the these convicts who have been released says they want to go back to their normal lives, and we saw a glimpse of that yesterday. Late last night you were reporting, you had these images that you had sent us of one of the convicts in the case actually seen sharing a stage with a BJP MP and a BJP MLA from Dahod, just hours before this case was to be heard in the court.
This is not the first time that they have been celebrated ever since they have been released. First they were garlanded and then they were given laddus. NDTV was the only channel who was on ground during the Gujarat elections, and we documented how all the 11 convicts are back to having a normal life, a regular life. On the other hand, in the same village where the victim also belonged. And ever since 2002, Bilkis Bano has never been able to come or revisit her own house in the same village where are now the 11 convicts who have been convicted for murder, for gang raping, and on counts of 14 counts of murder and gang rape. Those people are now having a gala time, a regular life, but the victim herself is not being able to go back because there is a security issue, there is a life threat which she is living under. Also, the kind of brazenness in which the entire process was done, the kind of impunity these convicts enjoy is clearly, visible in these pictures and visuals where Bharatiya Janata Party's MLA, Bharatiya Janata Party's member of Parliament are posing for pictures, are inviting these convicts as chief guests, and that too at government events. So I think that's a clear message, even ahead of the Supreme Court hearing, that which side does the government stand as far as this particular case is concerned. Back to you.
Speak 1,000 words. Thanks, Tanushree, for that update on that big breaking story. We'll come back to that. Let's go back to the political story of the day. The 2-year jail sentence to Rahul Gandhi and his subsequent disqualification in Parliament appears to have helped the Congress take a step towards healing its breach with the key opposition leaders, Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress and the Telangana's ruling BRS. But, however, there's a fresh fissure that seems imminent elsewhere, upset with Mr. Gandhi's comment about V.D. Savarkar. The Congress's ally, Uddhav Thackeray, has now announced that he will be skipping the Congress's dinner meet in Delhi this evening.
मला एक सांगायचे, तुम्ही कन्याकुमारी पासून काश्मीर पर्यंत गेलात, संजय राऊत तिकडे गेले होते, सोबत दिली होती, आम्ही सुद्धा तुमच्या सोबत राहिलो. पण आज जाहीर राहुल गांधींना मी सांगतोय की ही लढाई जी आहे ती लोकशाहीची लढाई आहे. कृपा करून नव्हे तर राहुल गांधींना मी जाहीरपणाने सांगतोय की सावरकर आमचं दैवत आहे, त्यांचा अपमान आम्हाला पटणारा नाही, अजिबात पटणार नाही. आणि म्हणून मी राहुल गांधींना सांगतोय की आपण एकत्र आलो आहोत, जरूर ते या देशाची लोकशाही वाचवण्यासाठी आलेलो आहोत, या देशाचं संविधान वाचवण्यासाठी आलेलो आहोत. त्याच्यामध्ये कुठे आता फाटे फुटू देऊ नका, मुद्दामून तुम्हाला डिवचलं जात आहे. पण आता जर का वेळ चुकली तर आपला देश हुकुमशाहीकडे गेल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही, हे माझं स्पष्ट मत आहे. तुम्हाला पटते की नाही तुम्ही मला सांगा.
Let's go across to Arvind Gunasekar for more on this. My name is not Savarkar. I won't be apologizing was Rahul Gandhi's defiant response after he got that jail term over his comments on Prime Minister Modi's surname, Arvind, and that seems to have deeply offended Mr. Thackeray's party. But I want to ask you, we're getting a sense of deja vu because we also saw similar scenes play out when the Bharat Jodo Yatra was in Maharashtra. So how is this time going to be different? Has it been escalated? Take us through what you're hearing.
Sir, both the Congress party and also Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena, both these factions are saying, both the parties are saying, in fact, this is not a big issue. This is a kind of a difference, ideological difference that both the parties are having, and what understand that both the parties are having completely different ideologies when it comes to Savarkar, and that's why, despite knowing that for the larger good of the country, for the bigger cause, that they have come together, and that's why they formed the government in Maharashtra. And this is not something new, like you mentioned. This has been this issue between Congress and Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena on Savarkar has been going on for quite some time, and both the parties are saying that we both, apart from this particular issue, we both maintained a great or a strong relationship or strong bonding between both the leadership, and that's why they are saying that though this particular issue has been time and again raised by Shiv Sena to the Congress leadership, saying that there is no need to attack Savarkar, but the Congress party is saying that their ideology is Gandhian ideology and they don't need to celebrate Savarkar, and that's why they are saying that despite disagreeing or agreeing to disagree on this particular issue, both the parties are still together when it comes to the battle against or the fight against BJP. So today it's not just the dinner meet that Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena will be missing, but also even in the morning opposition parties meeting, there was no one from Shiv Sena, nor in that joint opposition rally or prasar. Even there was no one from Shiv Sena that represented the joint opposition parties protest. So Shiv Sena is saying that apart from this particular issue, the party is still with the larger alliance or the larger opposition unity when it comes to the fight against BJP. But in this particular case, the Shiv Sena leadership is saying that they have conveyed their displeasure to the Congress leadership. But keeping that aside, the bonding between both Congress and Shiv Sena seems to be intact.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Arvind. Meanwhile, Maharashtra BJP MPs also protested in front of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Parliament on Monday against Rahul Gandhi's comments on Savarkar, and the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena is also leading from the front on this issue.
हे स्वातंत्र्य जे आपण उपभोगतोय आणि राहुल गांधी देखील उपभोगतायत, त्यांनी एक दिवस स्वातंत्र्यवीर सावरकर जे अंदमानाच्या जेलमध्ये सेल्युलर जेलमध्ये होते, त्यांनी मरणयातना भोगल्या, त्याच्यामध्ये एक दिवस राहून आलं की त्यांना त्याची जाणीव येईल. पण त्यांच्याकडून काय अपेक्षा करणार आपण? ते वारंवार सांगतायत मी सावरकर नाही गांधी आहे. सावरकर होण्याची तुमची लायकी देखील नाही आहे. सावरकरांचा त्याग तुमच्यामध्ये नाही आहे. तुम्ही काय सावरकर होऊ शकता?
All right, so even as there's conversation that the attack on Rahul Gandhi and his disqualification will be leading to a strengthening of the opposition coming together, new fissures coming up between one ally, which is the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, unhappy with Rahul Gandhi's comments about Savarkar. Earlier, the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra had warned of a rift in the opposition alliance if Mr Gandhi, as he put it, quote unquote, did not stop insulting our God. And Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena's faction will now be skipping the Congress's dinner in Delhi over this perceived insult. We're going to go in for a short break, but we have much more coming up, a big exclusive interview and more breaking news stories. Stay tuned, don't go away.
Brought to you by Design So.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Welcome back. There were extraordinary scenes witnessed outside the BJP Lingayat strongman and former Chief Minister BS Yediyurappa's residence in his constituency of Shikaripura in the Shivamogga district of Karnataka. A sea of crowd from the Banjara community converged before BS Yediyurappa's home, pelting stones. Some of them were even seen waving saffron flags after having climbed atop a building adjacent to his home. The protest turned violent after posters of BS Yediyurappa and the Chief Minister Bommai were burnt, forcing the police to resort to lathi charging the crowd. What's the bone of contention here? Well, the community has been opposing the Karnataka government's decision to recommend to the centre that they implement the AJ Sadashiva Panel Commission's report. The report focuses on an internal reservation among SCs, which suggests a proportional representation to the subcaste amongst scheduled castes, which urging the government to withdraw the recommendations.
Well, clearly unexpected, because these were the scenes that were unfolding just about a few hours ago, right outside former Chief Minister BS Yediyurappa and also BJP's Lingayat strongmen's residence. What we did go on to see on ground is several of these protesters. These protesters are from the Banjara community, which is a scheduled caste and a very key community in terms of determining the poll outcomes as well. Of course, one of the, in terms of the percentage, we're talking about both put together, the SC and ST is about 24%, and more importantly, what we do know is that at that point in time, several of these protesters in fact burnt the effigies of BS Yediyurappa and also Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai as well. Now, the bone of contention right here has been, as far as the protesters are concerned, they say that the AK Sadashivan Justice Committee, which was formed especially to look into internal reservation, which is with respect to the, whether it is jobs for that matter or in terms of educational welfare schemes, we see that the government had come up with something called the AK Sadashivan Committee, which was formed back in 2005. So now the Karnataka government, which is the cabinet, has accepted that particular report, and they are now looking forward to send it to the centre for recommendation, to which we understand this particular community has protested against the state government. And also what the Banjara community says also is that this particular report, which was filed by the community back then, there was no transparency at all, and they did not, in fact, there was no fair investigation or survey which was conducted on ground. Instead, only a few case studies were taken into account. Now, if this is implemented according to the Banjara community, they say that they will be deprived in terms of socially as well as in terms of educationally as well.
All right, now the big breaking story right now. The convoy bringing the gangster turned politician Atik Ahmed from Gujarat has reached Uttar Pradesh at the Prayagraj prison, where the authorities were busy completing preparations to lodge this high-profile inmate. The cell has everything from special barracks, CCTV surveillance and tight security both inside and outside the prison, all being put in place to keep an eye on Atik Ahmed round the clock. Let's go across to Alok Pandey. Alok, it has been a tense last 24 hours with Atik Ahmed beginning that 1,200 kilometer long journey to Prayagraj with at least 300 cops all along that route to ensure no untoward incident takes place. Finally, we have reached the destination. What happens now?
He's going to be produced in a Prayagraj court tomorrow, Sarah, for a ruling in a kidnapping case in which he is accused. Who's Atik Ahmed? Atik Ahmed is a former member of parliament. He's a politician. He's also an accused in more than 100 criminal cases. Why are we watching these visuals on our television right now? Because in the last some time, there's been a lot of posturing in the case. You see, Atik, the government says Atik is responsible for a sensational shootout in Prayagraj a while ago, where if you remember, the key witness in a 2005 political killing was gunned down in broad daylight and in a very dramatic fashion. So the police are saying Atik is responsible. Now, Atik has gone, Atik has been saying in the last some time that the UP police has moved to get him from a prison in Gujarat where he is lodged in a car, in a vehicle all the way to Prayagraj is something where the police are planning to kill him in an encounter, etc., and that the court appearance is just a false pretext. The police is saying that they are doing their job, but it is at the end of the day a bit of posturing also, because you can bring him by train, you can bring him by flight, but to get him all the way from there with the media in tow, and there's so much of all the time. There was a visual where he was stepping out for something personal, and the media was following him all over. So that's what's been playing out in the last 24 hours, and that's why these visuals are very dramatic. And his arrival to this prison in UP is also dramatic, because he has been saying that, look, all of this is being done to intimidate me or to even kill me. The police saying we are professionals, we are doing our job, we have to produce him before a court, and that's why we've got him. They are not, of course, explaining why they had to get him all the way from Sabarmati to Prayagraj in a police vehicle and not a flight or a train. Inside the prison, there are special barracks, CCTV surveillance, tight security is what the police are saying, and that they are saying they'll keep an eye on him round the clock.
All right. Thanks, Alok Pandey. We'll come back to you for more on this story. Meanwhile, a quick update on a interesting meeting, a politically crucial meeting. The West Bengal's leader of the opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, met with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah in New Delhi. He also met with the former West Bengal governor, the Vice President of India now, Jagdeep Dhankar. Mr Adhikari met with the BJP National President, JP Nadda. All of this to discuss West Bengal politics, because panchayat polls are due in Bengal this year, and the BJP is trying to formulate a strategy for the elections.
टीएमसी कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं है, एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी है। मोदी जी आने का पहले देश में हर प्रांत में चुनाव होता था 3 मुद्दे के ऊपर, एक परिवारवाद, दूसरा जात-पात और तीसरा तुष्टीकरण। अभी सब स्टेट में खत्म हो गया। दोनों प्रांत में परिवारवाद, तुष्टीकरण और करप्शन के ऊपर दोनों स्टेट चल रहा है, एक पश्चिम बंगाल, सेकंड तेलंगाना।
Meanwhile, violent protests erupted at the Bondal Gate area of Kolkata over the kidnapping and murder of a 7-year-old girl, and a police vehicle was also set on fire by protesters, and riot control police had to be deployed to bring the situation under control.
Unrest in the Tiljala area of Kolkata, where we see a car has been set on fire after the body of a 7-year-old girl who was allegedly murdered was found from a flat packed in a jute bag. Now this, of course, is in the backdrop of this incident. There have been angry protests in this area, and the police have arrested the accused, but as you can see in these pictures, what seems to be a police car at this point has been set on fire by angry protesters. And this, of course, is something that we see in these pictures behind us. This car, as you can see, has been set on fire. There are, of course, remnants of the violence that you see in these pictures, and this happened a short while ago. As as we see these pictures of people, who have witnessed these. This car, that has been set on fire and now, of course, burning. This is the Bondel Gate flyover. This is the Bondel Gate flyover in Kolkata, and it was in this area that, this car was set on fire. You can see in these pictures behind me, the Bondel Gate flyover still, as that blast going off in that car, obviously bursting, as that car has been set on fire by angry protesters after a girl's body was found in a flat. In Kolkata, with camera person Aniruddha Tripathi, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Some amazing reporting there by Saurabh Gupta today for us. All right, let's get to the big international story right now. A Mongolian boy born in the United States has been named as the 10th Khalkha Jetsun Thampa Rinpoche. That's the third highest rank in Tibetan Buddhism by the Dalai Lama. A picture has now emerged of the Dalai Lama, pictured with this 8-year-old boy taking part in a ceremony that was held on the 8th of March in Himachal Pradesh, Dharamshala, where the Buddhist leader lives in exile. The 8-year-old US-born child reportedly has a twin brother, is the son of a university professor and the grandson of a former Mongolian member of parliament. Now, the move to anoint this 8-year-old as the third highest Lama in Tibetan Buddhism is likely to irk China, which has been adamant that it will only recognize Buddhist leaders chosen by its own government. Now, according to the report, news of the ceremony was met with both excitement and apprehension at the threat of China's displeasure over the move lingers. Back home, a story coming out of Kaziranga after a gap of 1 year. One rhino has now been poached in Assam's Kaziranga. Authorities in Assam's Kaziranga National Park, famous for the one-horned rhinoceros, have confirmed that a rhino has been poached. This poaching case is the first in the park after a gap of over 1 year. One rhino carcass has been detected by staff. This was on the 26th of March. There was a cut mark on the nasal bone of the rhino, and the horn has been taken away by the poachers. It is evidently clear that the rhino was killed by a poacher about a week ago. The sex of the rhino is still to be ascertained as the carcass is floating in the water. A post-mortem report is awaited. And there's some good news for the family of Tejasvi Yadav just days after he underwent questioning by the CBI in an alleged jobs scam case. There's good news for Tejasvi Yadav. He has welcomed his first child, and he has tweeted saying, sharing the news, he says God has sent a gift in the form of a daughter. Now, let's get you a special report. 70% of distress calls seeking mental health care are women. This we're talking about Jammu and Kashmir, where now Telemanas, which is a digital platform for mental health, has been launched by the central government, and they've opened up a window for women to speak about mental illness problems without having to visit hospitals so that their identity can remain confidential.
और कहीं पे इशू आ रहा है बाज़ अभी इन दिनों में आपको कहीं पे लगा कि यहाँ इशू हो रहा है.
In this mental health counseling center in the downtown area of Srinagar, 30-year-old Seerat, one of the 18 women counselors, providing 24/7 mental health assistance to callers across Jammu and Kashmir as part of a Government of India digital platform, Telemanas, is counseling a young woman facing mental health problems, which she fears will impact her marriage prospects. Seerat's immediate brief involves assuring the caller her identity will remain confidential and assuring her things will be sorted soon. In the last 5 months, this digital call center has been operating from Srinagar. A startling fact has emerged. 70% of distress calls at this center seeking mental health care are from women.
ज़्यादा 70% वुमन है.
तो हमें उनके लिए ये सबसे ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल होता है. उनको लगता है कि स्टिग्मा अटैच हो जाएगा हमारे साथ, तो इसीलिए उनके लिए ये ज़्यादा एक्सेसिबल और कंफर्टेबल होता है क्योंकि आइडेंटिटी कॉन्फिडेंशियल रहती है और प्लस जो अनदर पर्सन जो हम है वो भी वुमन ही है, तो वो ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल होते हैं हमारे साथ.
Those in charge of running the digital call centers say, because of the prolonged conflict in the region, mental health issues in Kashmir appear to be more serious than other parts of the country. Despite being less populated than other major states in the country, Jammu and Kashmir is among the top 3 states in terms of number of calls for mental illness issues. The other 2 states are Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra.
Mental health became more available, accessible and acceptable to the people. People could call from the warmth of their home and easily get care. We are currently in the country continuously from last 2 months ranking in the first 3 best centers in terms of number of calls received and in terms of hours spent on calls. And this rating is done centrally at IIT Bangalore.
Mental health crises among women in Kashmir have often been brushed under the carpet because mental illness is seen as a taboo. Telemans is not only making mental health accessible to all, it is bringing out a bitter truth. 70% distress calls seeking mental health care are women in Jammu and Kashmir. In Srinagar, Nazir Masoodi, NDTV.
And Israel's defense minister has been sacked after he spoke out against controversial plans to overhaul the justice system. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu summoned Yoav Gallant to a meeting and told him he no longer had faith in him as a defense minister. Tens of thousands of protesters turned up on the streets following Mr. Gallant's dismissal.
We went to the Prime Minister's residence, and afterwards we got dispersed by the water spray. I got sprayed into my face directly, and then we just went here, like all of us. It was never as big as it was today.
Okay with serving a government that I didn't vote in if it's a democratic one that serves me as well, even though I didn't vote for them. But this is not democracy. This is a new form of regime, what they call a procedural democracy or a hollow democracy.
Now, tens of thousands of protesters have gathered to oppose a sweeping judicial overhaul proposed by Israel's new government, which is the most right-wing and religiously conservative in the country's history, that has bitterly divided Israelis. Just take a look at the scale of the protests, though. It reflects a deep disagreement in the Israeli society over the ideal structure and the future of the country's democratic institutions. What changes are being proposed, though? Well, the reforms include plans that would give the government full control over the committee which appoints judges. They would also make it harder for courts to remove a leader deemed unfit for office, which has angered many who consider it in the interests of the incumbent Benjamin Netanyahu, who, as you know, faces an ongoing trial for corruption. To the government and its supporters, the reforms are designed to stop the courts overreaching their powers, and that they were voted for by the public at the last election. To critics, the proposals would instead damage Israeli democracy by giving too much power to the government, endangering minority rights, and removing limits on Netanyahu's ability to enact legislation that might allow him to escape punishment in his ongoing corruption trial. Netanyahu, meanwhile, denies that the proposals are for his personal benefit. Netanyahu wants to get the new legislation through Parliament by the end of the week. But the new constellation of laws will remove the checks and balances in Israel's democratic system and also concentrate power in the hands of the governing coalition. Critics, meanwhile, also add that Netanyahu, who is on trial for corruption, has a conflict of interest. Meanwhile, the White House has expressed concern over the firing of the Israeli defense minister and has said there is an urgent need for compromise.
We're going to go in for a short break, but after that it was raining gold for India in the Women's Boxing Championships this weekend. Let's catch up with our Golden Girls. Stay tuned.
A deeply polarized world where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse. We take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with
And finally, it was Indian boxing's dream weekend where our golden girls Nikhil Sareen and Lovlina Borgohain made it a golden Sunday for India at the Women's World Boxing Championships in New Delhi. Nikhil Sareen won gold in the 50 kg category, defending her championship. And Lovlina Borgohain clinched the yellow medal in the 75 kg category. We caught up with the Golden Girls.
ओलंपिक्स का इशारा है ये?
बिल्कुल सर, मैंने जैसे आपको कहा था कि तैयारी ओलंपिक्स की है, जो मेरा अल्टीमेट ड्रीम है ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड मेडल जीतना, उसी रास्ते पे हूँ मैं और आई बिलीव दिस इज़ जस्ट ए स्टार्ट. आगे और भी चैलेंजेस आएंगे रास्ते में, बट मैं उन सब के लिए रेडी हूँ और ज़्यादा मेहनत करूँगी यहाँ से. इस कंपटीशन में मैंने जो भी मिस्टेक्स किए हैं वो मैं देखूँगी. कैंप जब स्टार्ट होगा कोचेस से बैठ के डिस्कस करके फिर उस चीज़ पे हम काम करेंगे.
अच्छा, आपका जो वेट कैटेगरी चेंज हुआ है इसमें काफ़ी बदलाव करना पड़ा आपको टेक्निक में, क्योंकि मैंने आपका जो सेमीफाइनल देखा तो वो अल्टीमेट मैच था. लाइटनिंग स्पीड से आप ये कर रहे थे, साइड से निकल के भी, मतलब जितना टेक्निक फुल फ्लेजेड लगा था. आपको लगता है बहुत सारे चेंज करना पड़ा?
हाँ, हर बॉक्सर के साथ खेलना, आई मीन सबके अपने अपने स्टाइल होते हैं, तो यहाँ पे हर बॉक्सर के साथ मुझे डिफरेंट स्टाइल में खेलना पड़ा. बट इंग्रिड के साथ मैं पहले खेल चुकी थी तो मुझे आइडिया था उसके साथ कैसे खेलना, इसीलिए कॉन्फिडेंटली होके मैं खेली और मैं यूनानिमस जीती. तो मेरे लिए वो कंपटीशन, ये कंपटीशन का सबसे बेस्ट बाउट मेरा सेमीफाइनल बाउट रहा है, बिकॉज वो एक्सपीरियंस बॉक्सर भी रह चुकी है. आई मीन रियो ओलंपिक्स ब्रॉन्ज मेडलिस्ट है और प्रीवियस वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप 50 kg की सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट है. तो मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात थी कि एक अच्छे बॉक्सर को हरा के फाइनल में पहुंचना.
इसलिए मैं आपके वोट पे सवाल नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ, ये तो चोट आपको लगती है और लगती रहेगी. लेकिन जो टूर्नामेंट से बाहर की बात, जब टूर्नामेंट शुरू हुआ था तो आपकी इच्छा थी मर्सिडीज़ खरीदना और प्रॉमिस भी हुआ था कि आपको होगा, और आपके फादर से आज दोपहर में बात हुई, घर में दुआएं हो रही थी. पहला विश वही होगा, मर्सिडीज़?
हाँ, बोला तो है कि मर्सिडीज लूंगी. अभी महिंद्रा थार मिल रही है, मेरे को तो पता नहीं कि मैं मर्सिडीज लूंगी या नहीं. बट मेरा फ़िलहाल मेरा ये है कि मैं अपने पेरेंट्स को उम्रा के लिए भेजूं, क्योंकि रमज़ान चल रहा है, होली मंथ, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि जो मेरे को प्राइज़ मनी मिल रही है उससे मैं मेरे पेरेंट्स को उम्रा के लिए भेजूंगी।
ये कितनी बड़ी बात है, हम 44 से 3 पे आए, आज चाइना से ज़्यादा हमारे पास गोल्ड मेडल है।
बिल्कुल बहुत बड़ी बात है सर। आई मीन जैसे कि मैंने कहा, दिस इज़ जस्ट स्टार्ट, अभी विमेन बॉक्सिंग और ऊपर आएगी। आप लोग का सपोर्ट ऐसे ही बना रहेगा तो हम लोग और मेहनत करेंगे और ऐसे ही देश का नाम रोशन करते रहेंगे।
बस एक सेलिब्रेशन पे आप हर बार बोलते हैं बिरयानी खाएंगे, सर वहाँ खाना है, यहाँ खाना है, हम लोग भी शामिल होंगे।
हैदराबादी की बात कहीं और नहीं मिलती है सर। हैदराबादी बिरयानी हैदराबाद में ही बेस्ट मिलती है, तो मैं वहीं जाके खाऊंगी, वो भी घर की।
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट।
पहले मैं लावलिना को कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि लावलिना आज वर्ल्ड वुमेन बॉक्सिंग चैंपियनशिप का जो टाइटल वो अचीव किया है। और आज जो गेम था लावलिना का, फाइनल बाउट था, वो था उसका ओपोनेंट ऑस्ट्रेलिया का था, केटलिन अन्ने, जो मतलब एक अच्छा बॉक्सर था। और ये गेम जो था बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग गेम था, जिसमें लावलिना ने अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया, उसका बेस्ट एफर्ट दिया है, जिसके कारण आज लावलिना ने वर्ल्ड वुमेन बॉक्सिंग चैंपियनशिप का टाइटल जीतने में सक्षम हुआ है।
ये आपको लगता है कि आपके फोकस का रिवॉर्ड है ये गोल्ड, क्योंकि पहले 2 बार आपको ब्रॉन्ज मिल चुका है?
हाँ जी, आज का इस दिन के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत किया था। इस कंपटीशन के लिए हमने सभी ने बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस रखा था। सभी के सपोर्ट के वजह से आज मैं चैंपियन बनी और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। और जो ये एक तपस्या है, हर एक कंपटीशन एक तपस्या होता है और लास्ट में जब रिजल्ट आता है बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
लवलीना, आपको 2017 में जो यूथ चैंपियनशिप हुआ था वहाँ आपने गोल्ड जीता था, ओलंपिक्स में जीता। मैंने आपको जो फॉलो किया है, आप एज ए पर्सन, एज ए बॉक्सर में आप में लगता है काफ़ी चेंज आया है?
बहुत चेंज तो आया है, गेम में भी बहुत सारा चेंज आया है, क्योंकि एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा सा बढ़ जाता है। ओपोनेंट को देख के हमें स्ट्रेटजी बनाना आता है, रिंग के ऊपर कैसे गेम को चेंज करना है, बहुत सारी बात आते हैं। और वो अगर जब एक्सपीरियंस बढ़ते जाते हैं तो वो रिंग के ऊपर दिखाई देते हैं।
और 69 में जब आपने मेडल जीता था, बहुत ज़्यादा इस तरह का आपको दबाव नहीं था इस तरह की, लेकिन अब जब आप सब 75 में जाएंगे, आपके पास एक ओलंपिक का मेडल है, वो प्रेशर होगा या जो आप प्रोसेस फॉलो कर रही हैं, घर में आपके जिम है, बाहर आप उसी तरह से प्रैक्टिस करती है, वही प्रोसेस से जाएंगी?
हर एक कंपटीशन, मैंने बोला ये एक तपस्या होता है, तो उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करना पड़ता है। और ये एक टारगेट अभी कंप्लीट हुआ है, तो अभी दूसरा एशियन गेम्स के लिए मुझे तैयारी करना है। तो उसके लिए हम सभी बैठ के, कोचेस लोग, सभी लोग बैठ के प्लान बनाते हैं और उसी तरीके से हम एक प्रोसेस स्टार्ट करते हैं। तो अभी ये ख़त्म हुआ है, तो एशियन गेम्स के लिए अभी तैयारी करना है।
एज ए जर्नलिस्ट मैं आपको सलाह दूंगा, थोड़ा डिफोकस्ड हुई है, थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस कम कीजिए लाइफ में।
स्ट्रेस तो रहता ही है और इन स्ट्रेस के बीच ही चलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि बॉक्सिंग ऐसा गेम होता है, रिंग के ऊपर क्या हो सकता है किसी को नहीं पता
करना है इसको, इस मेडल को
बहुत ज़्यादा सेलिब्रेट तो नहीं करना है, लेकिन मैं खुश हूँ। और मेरा जो टारगेट है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनना ही नहीं, मुझे ओलंपिक चैंपियन बनना है, तो फोकस को नहीं हटा सकती हूँ मैं अभी तो मुझे अभी नेक्स्ट के लिए तैयारी।
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट, थैंक यू सो मच।
And that wasn't all the great news coming out of the world of sports this weekend. Mumbai Indians all scripted history with a 7-wicket win in the inaugural edition of WPL, a thrilling win in a low-scoring final. Here are the highlights.
The Brabourne Stadium fell to a stunned silence with Shefali Verma going. EC1 striking thrice in 5 overs. Meg Lanning, the captain, counterpunched with an innings of 35 of 29 balls. She was absolutely furious when a horrible mix-up sent her packing. Delhi kept losing wickets and handed Hayley Matthews a special night, who had 3 wickets for 5 runs. She is the purple cap holder with 16 wickets in the competition. The Capitals had a mammoth recovery towards the end through Shikha Pandey and Radha Yadav. The last wicket pair added 52 runs to take Delhi to 131 for 9. Chasing 132 in a big final was always going to be tricky. Radha Yadav and Jayesh Jonathan reduced Mumbai to 23 for 2. They lost both the openers, Matthews and Bhatia. Nat Shiva and Harmanpreet Kaur then dropped anchor, had a 72-run stand to take Mumbai close to a win. Captain Kaur did all the hard work for a 39-ball 37, but this was a twist in the tail. Mumbai on 95, Harmanpreet Kaur was run out. The blue and gold team needed 21 runs in 2 overs. Nat Shiva, under pressure, stroked a half-century. This slog sweep by Amelia Kerr brought the Mumbaikars back to their feet. 16 runs in the penultimate over was the game changer. Mumbai Indians, on the verge of a big win, had legends in the house too. The Mumbai team scripted history with a 7-wicket win in the inaugural edition of WPL. A thrilling win in a low-scoring final. Nat Shiva Brunt, the hero of the night, with unbeaten 60 runs.
The woman in blue will forever be to WPL.
And that's the news at this hour, but stay tuned. We'll bring you updates on all these top stories in a few minutes.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse. We take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Good evening. You're watching the news at 6. I'm Sarah Jacob. It has been a busy news day. Let's get you the top stories right now. The Congress's protests against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the Lok Sabha as MP has entered day 2, and the BJP is defending the disqualification as a lawful move, accusing the Congress of protesting against the Constitution and the courts. The Congress has called Rahul Gandhi's disqualification a conspiracy to silence him. Rahul Gandhi, who they say was making the Prime Minister and the BJP uncomfortable with his sharp questions on the Adani Hindenburg report and issue. And today, the BJP's Piyush Goyal asserted that the action against Rahul Gandhi was lawful and initiated by an independent judiciary.
बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि सदन की कार्रवाई को बार-बार कांग्रेस के सदस्य चलने नहीं दे रहे हैं। कानून सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ा स्पष्ट रखा है कि जिस वक्त 2 वर्ष की सजा किसी भी एमपी या एमएलए को होती है, उसी समय से ही स्टैंड्स ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालिफाइड। ये स्पष्ट दिखाता है जो प्रमोद तिवारी जी ने बयान दिया हाल में ही, जिसमें उनके शब्द थे राहुल गांधी के परिवार के लिए कानून अलग होना चाहिए, और ये भी कहते हैं सेंटेंस में अलग होना चाहिए, कन्विक्शन में नहीं।
All right, now Megha joins us. She's been monitoring this story. Megha, of course, the Congress has been pointing out the alacrity with which the administration of the Lok Sabha acted the moment this news came in about Rahul Gandhi's conviction, etc. And the next step, of course, is after his disqualification is the option of Rahul Gandhi having to vacate his official residence. Is there anything we're hearing about that, on that front?
Well, there are some reports, and we are awaiting a confirmation on that, but the agencies are now reporting that perhaps the Lok Sabha Housing Committee has sent a notice or is mulling to send a notice to Rahul Gandhi. Even this is as per procedure. This is as per procedure because he's no longer the Member of Parliament. So remember, from the Wayanad constituency, he no longer represents that constituency. That constituency has now fallen vacant because the Member of Parliament has ceased to now be a Member of the Parliament after he was expelled from the lower house. So, you know, all of that is going to happen now in the next few days will be just procedures being followed by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. So this is what we are picking up right now. We are waiting a confirmation from both the government as well as from Rahul's team. Having said that, Sarah, the entire big story, we just attended a press conference of Mr. Piyush Goyal 2 hours back, wherein he was, of course, trying to, you know, draw a distinction between what is a judicial process and how the Congress is trying to politicize something that is purely, you know, confined within the courts. Why try and pick an issue from there and try to say that the BJP is gunning for Rahul Gandhi because the sentence and the conviction that was done by the Chief Judicial Magistrate's Court in Surat. It has to be appealed in a higher court. How is BJP involved with that? The question we asked him was the Secretariat's move and why the Secretariat moved within 24 hours of this sentencing, knowing that this matter would go in appeal. And the Secretariat, of course, is under the Speaker who belongs to the Bharatiya Janata Party. So obviously the entire, you know, connection was being drawn, but he insisted that, you know, there are 12, and he's, in fact, the BJP, Mr. Goyal himself released a list of 12 Member of Parliaments in the past who have been disqualified, 6 of whom belong to the Bharatiya Janata Party in a situation which is similar, that they were handed over a sentence of 2 years and more, and each one of them was expelled and they're fighting their own battles. So why is Rahul Gandhi trying to make a big hullabaloo about it, or Congress for that matter, and, you know, link it with Gandhi, link it with Satyagraha, link it with Lord Ram, like he said yesterday, his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra attempted to do, or even, you know, mock Mr. Savarkar. So all of this has come together, you know, and this huge, big political story is unfolding today with various different aspects to it. But right now, the focus actually does remain on how the Congress is trying to take this ahead by way of what they are calling their fight against Bharatiya Janata Party and the ruling combined, and their Satyagraha for truth, which they intend to do with non-violent means.
But that's exactly the catch-22 for the BJP, isn't it, Megha? Because as they keep trying to focus on their stand, which is that this is completely legal and the law is taking its own course, they keep pointing out that the Congress isn't going the legal route to appeal this. They are actually taking this matter to the streets, and it seems to be paying off for them because you see the opposition seeming to come together behind Rahul Gandhi for the first time in a long time also on this issue.
Well, you're correct. Some bit of your question, of course, does merit here, you know, an answer from the BJP when you are saying that they have given the Bharatiya Janata Party, and like some of the opposition leaders also said that, you know, we thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP for giving us a reason to galvanize the entire of the opposition and, you know, get them to rally behind us on this one issue. But let's understand, you know, how the politics as far as these opposition parties are concerned go. You have a TMC that has come together today in the opposition folds, you know, sitting in that strategy meeting in Mr. Kharge's room in the morning. But let's understand it that these are very restricted issue-based support that Congress is getting, especially on the issue of disqualification. They didn't get any support when it came to BJP targeting Rahul on his statements made abroad, or that Rahul was not being given any chance to speak inside the parliament. It just happened on the issue of disqualification. So, you know, to what extent will the Congress be able to reap benefits out of this? That only time will tell, and whether this is, you know, developments that can go forward and ensure a big, huge third front under the umbrella of Congress gets made. Well, that is, I think, these are very premature times, and we cannot really preempt that sort of outcome of what we are witnessing today.
Stay on, Megha, though, while this 2-year sentence to Rahul Gandhi and his subsequent disqualification for Parliament appears to have helped the Congress to take a step towards, healing its breaches with the Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress and the Telangana's ruling BRS, there is a fresh fissure that appears eminent elsewhere. Upset with Rahul Gandhi's comment about V.D. Savarkar, the Congress's ally Uddhav Thackeray has now announced that he will be skipping the Congress's dinner meet in Delhi this evening. But before we get to what Uddhav Thackeray said, I just want to go across to Arvind Gunasekar. Arvind, as we were just discussing over here, the next step after Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as a member of Parliament would be that he would have to give up the perks that come from being a member of Parliament, and that includes government housing.
Yeah, Sarah, we were discussing this on the day when Rahul Gandhi's disqualification was notified by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. The fallout of that would be him being asked to vacate his government accommodation. So that was something that we all were discussing that day. But though ANI has reported that the Lok Sabha Housing Committee has issued a notice to Rahul Gandhi asking him to vacate the government accommodation within a period of 30 days. But sources close to Rahul Gandhi, in fact top sources, they are maintaining that they are yet to receive any kind of notice. As of this moment, they have not received any notice, is what they are maintaining. But in this particular case, ANI has reported that a notice has been sent to Rahul Gandhi asking him to vacate the government accommodation within 30 days. But there is a catch here, Sarah. Even if this particular accommodation he has been asked to vacate this particular accommodation, but we have to keep in mind that Rahul Gandhi is a Z+ category security. So because he has a security detail of Z+ category, that means that there has to be a government accommodation. He cannot, the security detail or the security cannot be given in a private accommodation. So that also keeping in mind, that also has to be kept in mind. So we are not sure whether such a notice has indeed been issued to Rahul Gandhi, if at all, and then we have to see what would be the response of Congress Party or Rahul Gandhi. But as of this moment, sources close to Rahul Gandhi maintain that they are yet to receive any kind of notice from a Lok Sabha Secretariat. But keeping that also in mind, but also the security detail or the security apparatus also needs to be kept in mind when, if at all, if such a notice is being issued. And that's why the Congress Party is saying that they will respond accordingly.
All right, so the big question now is, how is this likely to play out politically, and is this likely to ignite Congress workers on the ground to protest, to carry on with this satyagraha? Is it likely to cement the newfound ties between the opposition? That's a big question. But Megha, the BJP, going by the stand that they've taken so far, is simply going to say they are not behind this at all. This is a legal matter. This is the legal route, and this is what this happens on its own. This is the natural order of things. Is that likely to be the BJP stand here?
Well, Sarah, technically speaking, the BJP, when they say that it's completely out and out a judicial process and then went on to the Lok Sabha Secretariat, this is not under us. They are not incorrect, right? And the step that the Lok Sabha Secretariat took by issuing that notification within 24 hours is also not invalid. You cannot go in any court of law and say that this is against the rules, because here you are disqualified, and as per a Supreme Court judgment way back in 2013, you are almost immediately disqualified, even though you go in appeal. That particular period or reprieve is not given to you again by this going by the Supreme Court verdict in the Lily Thomas case. So when the Lok Sabha Secretariat issued that notification in less than say 48 hours, they were not incorrect. They were playing by the rules. So the BJP can quite conveniently, distance themselves from these processes, while the politics, of course, is going on, and they're also hitting back. It's not as if only the Congress is making statements and doing satyagrahas. You have BJP's press conferences 3 times a day, hitting back and responding to the allegations that the Congress has made. And while inside the Parliament as well, I mean, if you have ruckus from one side, the BJP also answers back to all of these opposition leaders who are raising questions. So the politics is on the side, but the procedures that are happening, for example, right now, these reports get confirmed because the agencies are reporting that Rahul Gandhi has been asked to vacate the House. Well, can you hold the BJP responsible? He is no longer a member of the Parliament. You can't.
All right. So the Tughlaq Lane, number 2 Tughlaq Lane in Latian's Delhi, which really has been synonymous with Rahul Gandhi since it was first allotted to the Congress leader in 2004. That was when he first won his first Lok Sabha election. That time it was from Amethi, not Wayanad. Right now at the center of a storm, with the news coming in that he will have to vacate this government home after his conviction for defamation over his "All Modis are thieves" statement. Let's go across to Dr. Nasir Hussain, Rajya Sabha MP and whip of the CPP in the Rajya Sabha, the Congress's national spokesperson. Mr. Nasir, this was Mr. Hussain. This was expected in a sense. It's finally happened now. Do we have a confirmation from the Congress that you've received this notice?
I don't know whether that notice has been served to him or not. He has not got the notice yet, I believe. But anyway, whatever I hear by the television channel, this was expected of BJP because BJP is out on witch hunting towards the opposition leaders. They have used all kinds of tactics to silence the voices of dissent. They have thrown one of our important leaders out of the parliament by devious means. And this is nothing new. One should understand he is a special protectee. Before he can find his accommodation, he will have to have some time. Now, whether he'll write to them or not and what will happen is something which can only be seen after he takes action on that. But what is more important here is the government is vindictive. The government wants to harass and torture people, those who don't listen to them, people, those who go against them. This is evident from the kind of actions that are there. They should also know that the court itself has given 30 days time to go for an appeal. And in the appeal, there can be a stay on this judgment. If there's a stay on the judgment, then his disqualification will be challenged. So what if he returns as an MP with the help of the court itself?
But sir, as of now, the law doesn't say you have 1 month to wait for an appeal. That would actually, ironically, only hold if that ordinance that Rahul Gandhi happened to have torn up had gone through, which according to that, the MPs would have had the protection of the time that it takes for all of their appeals to go through before a conviction and the fallout of a conviction comes into place. So technically, the BJP will say this is the law and the law is taking its own course. But my understanding from what you're saying is you are expecting some sort of leniency in terms of a time frame by which Rahul Gandhi will have to move out, given the security concerns around him. Is that correct, sir?
Every MP is given time. Every MP, those who are close to especially those who are close to the ruling dispensation, people those are from that party. You look at all those MPs whose tenure has ended. They have got 3 months, 4 months, 6 months time. I would not like to name. You can do your research. That MPs, those who are in alliance with from the parties which are in alliance with the government, they have got time. Some MPs from opposition have also got time. So this kind of witch hunting, which is what needs to be condemned. You look at, you can do some research and get the list of the MPs who have got 3 months, 4 months, 6 months time.
All right, so it's different strokes for different folks, different treatment being meted out to the opposition because the BJP is trying to shorten or reduce the space for the opposition and targeting opposition leaders like Rahul Gandhi after his disqualification and his conviction in this case. Thanks so much, Mr. Nasir, for joining us. I want to go back to Arvind. Arvind, there's the potential loss of a bungalow would of course be a heavy blow to the Gandhi family sign. Rahul Gandhi, of course, this pales in comparison to the threat of being barred for contesting for the next 8 years, really. But what are the reactions we're getting in now from the Congress, from your sources? Is there a strategy? Is there an action plan? Because in a sense, this was expected. There are benefits that come from being an MP, a member of parliament, and they will be taken away once you no longer are one.
Sarah, we have not got any kind of a response from the Congress party. In fact, people close to Rahul Gandhi who are part of his office, when we asked them about this particular news of ANA that a notice has been issued to him asking him to vacate the government accommodation that's at Tuklak Lane within a period of 30 days, they told us that they have not received any notice so far. Apart from that, we have not got any response so far. But on the day when the disqualification notification was issued, when we spoke to some of the people close to Rahul Gandhi, when we asked them that this would be the next step that would be in store, for which they said that if at all if government is issuing a notice, then Rahul Gandhi will not contest it. He may he may vacate the house. He will not contest it. That seems to be that's what we heard from them at that particular point of time. But they also underlined the security issues concern also, because they said that because he is a Z+ category security, then the government will be keeping that in mind before issuing any kind of notice asking him to vacate the government accommodation. But now ANI has reported that a notice has been issued by the Lok Sabha Housing Committee asking him to vacate the residence within 30 days. That seems that he has just 30 days. Either he has to move the Sessions Court and get a stay on the conviction. If not, then he has to vacate his government accommodation. So that seems to be the next move in store. So we have to wait whether Rahul Gandhi will be challenging this in court of law, because that seems to be politically it won't be advisable, is what we learned at that particular point of time when people so close to Rahul Gandhi were saying that Rahul Gandhi will not be contesting it. In fact, he would be he'd be vacating the house in order to take home that point, and also in order to take it to the people that it is a case of vindication. It's a case of vindictive government trying to use agencies or trying to use its power against Rahul Gandhi. So today the notice has been issued. So we have to wait and watch how the Congress party will take this politically forward, because legally there seems to be no room for Rahul Gandhi to contest this also, though the security concern is something that they can raise. But apart from that, legally they don't have any room, they don't have any leg to contest this. Apart from, if at all if they want to contest this, then they have to get a stay on the conviction. So that what we are learning is that the petition is being almost ready, and then what they are saying is that they'll be filing the petition a day or two, maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. They'll be filing the appeal in Sessions Court challenging the conviction in this particular case. But the first fallout of the conviction after him losing the membership in Lok Sabha from Lok Sabha is that the Housing Committee has issued a notice to him asking him to vacate the government accommodation within 30 days.
So Arvind Gunasekar reporting that there are not much moving room for the Congress. They're pretty much up against a wall here. No legal options to overcome this order that says that Rahul Gandhi will have to vacate his government accommodation. And let's go across to Vedant, who is at number 2 Tuglak Lane in Lutyens, Delhi. Vedant, which has been synonymous with Rahul Gandhi since it was first allotted to him in 2004 when he won that first Lok Sabha election. That point of time, it was some Amethi in UP. Now that home is going to undergo some major changes.
Well, Sarah, that's what we are hearing. So, of course, it's going to be a huge political blow to the Gandhi family as well. So, this particular residence in Lutyens, Delhi, that has been synonymous with the Gandhis, as you rightly pointed out, Rahul Gandhi may have to vacate it. In fact, very interestingly, Sarah, during his Bharat Jodo Yatra, when we were trailing him in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, he made a very emotional pitch saying that he has no home here in Delhi. His traditional ancestral house is in Allahabad. And this is what he considers his home. He made that emotional pitch just a few weeks back. So, of course, this will come as a major blow to the Gandhi family. My sources close to Rahul Gandhi have also denied receiving this particular notice from the Housing Committee of the Lok Sabha. But as Arvind was also saying, that the news agency ANI has reported that the Housing Committee of Lok Sabha has served this notice to Rahul Gandhi, and that he has 30 days to vacate this house. Now, another important thing, Sarah, is that that conviction notice was actually also marked to the Directorate of Estates when it was served. So, of course, that also means that one of the immediate ramifications of his conviction is that he will have to vacate his residence. Now, so far, the Minister of Urban Development and Minister Hardeep Puri was tight-lipped on this, but today we saw that Hardeep Puri actually ramped up pressure on Mr. Gandhi. He sort of launched a major offensive as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned. So that could also be an indication that the Minister of Urban Development taking on Rahul Gandhi, and next move would be to make Rahul Gandhi vacate his house. But of course, Rahul Gandhi's team is yet to respond to this report that now a notice has been served to Rahul Gandhi. Remember, this is a Type 8 house. It's the highest as far as the hierarchy
hold the
is
thought there.
concerned.
I have Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP joining us. Let me just come back to you. Mr. Sirsa, the Congress, of course, crying foul, pointing out that this is pure and simple a political vendetta, that yes, government accommodation is one of the perks that come with being a member of parliament, but they will have many names and a long list of how other MPs are given these benefits and not taken away overnight. The Congress is pointing again to the alacrity with which the Lok Sabha has worked within 12 hours to push through the disqualification after the conviction of Rahul Gandhi, and we're seeing the same kind of alacrity when it comes to taking away his government accommodation.
See, first of all, the moment Rahul Gandhi was convicted with the 2 years of sentence, he is deemed to be out of an office as being a member of parliament or being a member of legislative assembly. It has nothing to do with the Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha has to just pass and notice conveying him that after your sentence you are no more a member of parliament. So it has nothing to do with the Lok Sabha. He is already deemed to be out of office. The second thing is, as a member of parliament, he was having accommodation, and that accommodation is also as a member of parliament or as a minister, not as a legacy or being a Gandhi, that you will be entitled to get this kind of a bungalow. It is not that. It might be in the case of UP, but not in the case of NDA. So being a member of parliament, you are enjoying the perks and the bungalow here in Delhi, but now you are no more a member of parliament. You have no right on this accommodation, and it is same for everyone. Even if you have noticed, the former ministers of NDA government was also given a notice to vacate the bungalow. So it is not about Rahul Gandhi only.
Not about Rahul Gandhi only. I'm sure that will be contested by the Congress. But thank you, Mr. Sirsa, for joining us. Now, we're out of time. We have to go into this, to a short break. We have the big story from the world of sports coming up after that. But NDTV will continue to bring you this breaking news story about Rahul Gandhi's government accommodation being taken away from him. It is a developing story. We will keep our eye on it for you.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly,
Hello and welcome to our special presentation. Indian women have been punching their way to glory at the recently concluded World Boxing Championships in Delhi. 4 of them won the yellow medal, that means the gold medal. Joining me on the show at this hour are the 4 illustrious boxers of India, Lavlina Borgohain, Nikhat Zareen, Neetu and Sweetie Bora, who have all won the gold medals, and the President of Boxing Federation of India, Ajay Singh. Nikhat, I'll have to first ask you, last time when you won your World Championship medal in Istanbul, you had told me that your aspiration was to trend on social media. What was the aspiration this time around? क्या मांगे थी आपकी?
This time it was to win this gold medal in front of my home crowd. So this was the dream, and I could fulfill that, and I'm really happy to win defend my title in front of my home crowd.
And you are the only Indian woman after Mary Kom to have won multiple gold medals. Does that make you even prouder?
I mean, yes, I'll in a positive way I'll say yes, I'm proud of myself, the way I have worked hard since a long time, and I did not give up, and I kept working hard, and I believe this is just a start for me. I'll work more harder from now onwards, and currently my focus will be on Asian Games and to get qualified for Paris.
Lavlina, आपसे बात करें first World Championship gold medal, because you've won 2 World Championship bronze medals before, to convert the bronze to gold. What did it take? Was it just between the years a mental thing?
2 बार वर्ल्ड में ब्रॉन्ज लेने के बाद, जैसे ओलंपिक में भी फिर ब्रॉन्ज ही आया, तो मतलब एक रह गया था कि ब्रॉन्ज ही आ रहा है, ब्रॉन्ज ही आ रहा है। तो इस बार मतलब पूरा सोचा था कि कलर चेंज करना है इस वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में, हमारे घर में हो रहा है, इंडिया में हो रहा है, सबका सपोर्ट रहेंगे, तो बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत किया था और फाइनली मैं चैम्पियन बन पाई, तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है।
फाइनल का बाउट आपके लिए बहुत आसान नहीं था, तो देन ओवरकमिंग दैट चैलेंज, वुड यू से दैट वाज इवन बिगर?
फाइनल हर एक बाउट ही मतलब फाइनल की तरह ही मैं सोचती हूँ और हर एक बाउट को मैं फाइनल की तरह सोच के ही खेल रही थी और जब फाइनल आया, हाँ थोड़ा बहुत स्ट्रेस भी था और जिस तरीके से प्लान किया था वो सेकंड राउंड में वो सक्सेस नहीं हो रहे थे, तो उसी टाइम पे जो रिंग के ऊपर ही जो स्ट्रेटजी था उसको चेंज किया, कोचेस ने बहुत हेल्प किया और उस टाइम पे मैं कर पाई और कहीं ना कहीं लोग इतना मतलब पुश कर रहे थे कि अच्छा करना है, सब लोग इतना सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, वो एक पॉजिटिव एनर्जी आ रहे थे मेरे अंदर।
नहीं तो जब से आप मेडल जीतना शुरू किए हैं, द ओनली मेडल दैट यू वन इज गोल्ड मेडल, even at the Commonwealth Games you came back with a gold, but how is this medal different from the other medals that you've won?
तो लास्ट ईयर भी मेरे लिए काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है, मैंने कॉमनवेल्थ गोल्ड मेडल जीता था, तो मैं वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में मेडल नहीं जीत पाई थी, तो कहीं ना कहीं कमियाँ रह गई थी, तो उनको सुधार के मैंने अब की बार वो कमियाँ पूरी करके और मैंने गोल्ड मेडल जीता है।
और आपने जिस कैटेगरी में जीता है वो मैरी कॉम का कैटेगरी है, क्या इस वजह से वो खास भी है? क्योंकि मैरी कॉम हमारे लिए वो एक इंसान है जिन्होंने हमारे लिए 6 मेडल जीता है आपके वेट कैटेगरी।
तो काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है कि उनके बाद उनकी वेट कैटेगरी में मैं खेल रही हूँ और गोल्ड मेडल हासिल किया, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
Mr. Singh, I'll have to ask you, talking about Mary Kom, she's not here at the World Championships this time, but, we haven't really missed her presence. Is it because of how many boxers are there right now who are willing to go that distance and win us the gold medals?
No, I think it's absolutely fabulous. It's fabulous, all these young boxers coming forward and becoming world champions and world beaters. I've seen this difference over the last 5 years. We started 5 years ago. Of course, Indian boxing was not in great shape. And today we are a powerhouse in the sport. And a lot of it has to do with the efforts that all these wonderful girls are making. So in each weight category, we have multiple boxers who are world class today. And
how difficult has the competition got?
Competition is getting, of course, everybody's training, but everybody's also looking up at India and trying to see what we are doing and how we are achieving what we are achieving. Our rank has gone up so significantly in the world. We were at rank 44 just some years ago. Today we are at rank 3. In this championship, we were the #1 team. And just incredible hard work that these people are putting in, and it's also not just the technical stuff. Okay, we've tried to provide them the best in terms of training, the best in terms of nutrition, in terms of equipment, championship, tournament practice, and so on and so forth. But it's a spirit, I think, which is different. You see that self-confidence in them, which is different. Neetu's bouts, 3 of them were RSC. The referee stopped the bout because she beat up her opponent so bad.
How dominant she was.
That it was extremely dominating. In Nikhat's case, the IBA president was saying to me that, I have this one person I'm a fan of in the world of boxing today, and that is Nikhat. So just the sheer skill with which she's boxing. Lavlina makes us proud again and again and again. It's incredible. Sweetie, none of our coaches felt that her chance was anything more than 20 or 30% in that final bout, because it was such a tough bout, and she's come back from such adversity when she was, down and out. Incredible spirit. It's the spirit, the skill of course is there, but the spirit is absolutely paramount, and we are really, really proud of them.
Sweetie, 10 साल बाद आपके लिए एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मेडल. How different was winning this medal as to the one you had won 10 years ago? That must have also been very special for you.
बिल्कुल बहुत ही स्पेशल है। देखिए एक सिल्वर को गोल्ड में बदलने में मुझे मतलब 9 साल की मेरी मेहनत लगी और मैंने इतना हार्ड वर्क किया था। इवन मैंने मतलब अपने गेम से सबको सरप्राइज़ किया। सर और सब लोग मुझे बोल रहे थे कि तुम पता नहीं कब कैसा कितना अच्छा खेल जाती हो, बहुत ही अच्छा खेली तुम और हमें तेरे ऊपर बहुत बहुत गर्व है और हमें पहले इतना नहीं था कि तू इतना अच्छा खेल पाएगी। लेकिन मेरे आप देखोगे कि मैं कंपटीशन हमेशा अच्छा ही खेलती हूँ। इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन मैंने जितना भी खेले हैं कंपेयर टू प्रैक्टिस में जो हमारे कंपटीशन होते हैं उसमें बहुत अच्छा अपना देने की कोशिश करती हूँ और मैंने दिया और वहाँ मैंने गोल्ड मेडल जीता। और आप सबकी दुआओं से, माता रानी के आशीर्वाद से मैं ये कर पाई। सो थैंक यू सो मच। और मैं सबसे तहे दिल से सर अजय सर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी क्योंकि सर हमें हमेशा पूछते थे कि भाई तुम्हें क्या चाहिए, हमें बताओ कि तुम्हें क्या चाहिए, हम तुम्हें हर वो चीज़ प्रोवाइड करवाएंगे लेकिन हमें आप लोगों से गोल्ड चाहिए, बस गोल्ड ही चाहिए हमें। और हमें बस वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 मतलब
कभी प्रेशर महसूस हुआ उसके वजह से? सर बोलते रहे कि गोल्ड ही चाहिए हम आपसे।
बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ मुझे प्रेशर। इवन सर को तो पता ही है कि सर मेरे को बोल रहे थे तू तो बहुत चिल आउट है में सर कि मैंने इतना टाइम मैंने वेट किया, अब मैं बस मेरा टाइम है कि मैं परफॉर्म करूं क्योंकि मैं बहुत बिलीव करती हूं माता रानी में। मैंने उनको ये बोला कि मेरा काम है कर्म करना और मैं कर्म कर रही हूं। अगर आपको, मैं 9 साल हो गए मेरे को वेट करते हुए वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनने के लिए, अगर आपको ये लगता है कि मैंने इतनी मेहनत की है तो आप मुझे देना, अगर आपको नहीं लगता कि मैंने इतनी मेहनत नहीं की तो मत देना। लेकिन बस मेरा काम है कि मैं अपना द बेस्ट दूं और मैंने द बेस्ट दिया और उन्होंने मेरे ऊपर कृपा की और मुझे गोल्ड मेडल मिला।
Okay, let's come down to nitty-gritties of your bout. Nikhat, 50 kilogram is not your natural weight category. You came down by 2 kilos to be in 50. How difficult is it to be in 50, box in 50?
Yeah, it was a bit difficult for me to come down to cut that 2 more kgs to box in 50 category. Especially being a foodie, it's very tough for me because you know I'm a big foodie. I like to eat. Biryani is my favorite.
Have you eaten biryani since your bout?
No, not yet.
Waiting to go back to Hyderabad?
When I'll go back to Hyderabad, I'll have it. The first thing will be biryani. But yes. You know, to achieve something, you need to sacrifice something in your life. So to achieve that gold medal, I'm sacrificing biryani, everything. So because my main target is to win a medal, gold medal for my country. So that is my priority. So you know, food and everything is secondary for me.
Well, sir said that the IBA president is a big fan of yours. Said one girl who he's a fan of is Nikhat. What is it that, you know, makes you different from the other boxers? They say that you are a powerhouse in the ring.
Maybe because I'm multi-talented.
Yeah, I know you're very talented on social media though. Apart from being on the boxing ring.
I can dance, I can sing, I can box. I can say शायरीज also. Like yeah.
आपसे शायरी करवाएंगे हम.
आपके लिए आज एक शायरी भी बोल दूंगी.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल वो तो कराएंगे अंत में. लवलीना, आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगी. You also changed your weight category. How has it been, you know, getting to the Olympic weight category?
थोड़ा बहुत डिफिकल्टीज आई और जो कहीं ना कहीं उस एक रीजन के वजह से भी मेरा कंपटीशन अच्छा नहीं जा पाया क्योंकि जब वेट कैटेगरी चेंज होता है, क्योंकि हम कम करने के लिए हम अगर मतलब हम ट्रेनिंग ज़्यादा करेंगे तो कम हो सकता है, लेकिन जब बढ़ाना होता है तब एक दूसरे वेट कैटेगरी में वहाँ पे जैसे 75 वेट कैटेगरी बहुत पुराना वेट कैटेगरी है, मतलब पहले से ही ओलंपिक कैटेगरी है और जो बॉक्सर्स है वो बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है। और जब मैं 75 में आई तो जो बहुत डिफरेंस था क्योंकि 69 में मैं स्पीड खेलती थी, फुट मूवमेंट से खेलती थी और पावर कम महसूस होते थे मुझे, लेकिन अभी 75 में आने से बॉक्सर इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग होता है और पावरफुल होता है तो मुझे वहाँ तक खुद को एडजस्ट करना था। तो थोड़ा बहुत मुश्किलें भी आई, लेकिन अभी मुझे लगता है कि मैं 75 केजी में कंफर्टेबल हो चुकी हूँ।
In final bout में हम देख रहे थे you are very agile in the sense you were very fast on your foot and your foot movement the opponent boxer couldn't match your foot movement initially, wasn't it?
हाँ, मेरे लिए ये एक बेनिफिट हुआ कि मैं कम वेट कैटेगरी से आ रही हूँ, इसीलिए मेरा जो फुट मूवमेंट है 75 केजी लड़कियों से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि ये कम वेट कैटेगरी से आने का ये एक बेनिफिट होता है कि हम जो फुट मूवमेंट है, जो स्पीड है, वो वैसे ही रह जाता है, जो कि 75 में जो ऑलरेडी है उनका थोड़ा स्पीड कम रहता है और वो पावरफुल थोड़ा ज़्यादा रहता है।
नहीं तो आपके लिए कई लोग बोलते हैं द डिसएडवांटेज दैट यू हैव मे बी योर हाइट, आपको कभी महसूस हुआ या फिर, लेकिन क्योंकि हमने देखा है कि आपसे जो ऊंचे बॉक्सर्स है, लंबे बॉक्सर्स है, यू बॉक्स्ड वेरी वेल विद देम, बट दैट्स वन थिंग पीपल से दैट कुड बी योर डिसएडवांटेज।
नहीं, मुझे तो ऐसा कभी फील नहीं हुआ कि एक एडवांटेज होगी, क्योंकि मैं जो मेरे से हाइट में थोड़े लंबे प्लेयर आती है तो मैं उसके साथ और भी अच्छा खेल पाती हूँ, तो मेरे लिए थोड़ा इजी हो जाता है, थोड़ा एग्रेसिव खेलती हूँ। तो अब की बार मैंने सभी बाउट एग्रेसिव खेली थी, फर्स्ट राउंड से ही मैं एग्रेसिव रही थी।
ओके स्वीटी, आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि जो बाउट्स आपने खेला है, विच वाज द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट ऑफ द बाउट्स ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप?
मेरे लिए सबसे डिफ़िकल्ट फर्स्ट बाउट बोलूँगी, क्योंकि फर्स्ट जो इतना गैप के बाद हम पहली बाउट जब करते हैं तो वो हमारे लिए एक चैलेंजिंग होता है कि हमें अपना एक तो बेस्ट देना होता है, और एक कि पहली बाउट होते ना तो उसमें थोड़े थकावट जल्दी होती है, क्योंकि और रिंग का हमें पता नहीं होता, क्योंकि पहली बार हम रिंग में जा रहे होते हैं, और आगे के आगे जो बाउटें मतलब बाउट्स जितनी भी होती है ना तो हमें ईजी लगने लग जाता है, क्योंकि हमें रिंग का पता चल जाता है कि कैसा है, क्या चीज़ें हैं, और मेंटली भी हम थोड़ा मतलब इजी लेते हैं चीज़ों को। तो पहली बाउट में सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे, लेकिन मेरी फाइनल बाउट भी अच्छी थी, वो लड़की थी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन थी, तो मुझे था कि बहुत अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा, लेकिन मैं मेंटली मैं बहुत कूल थी, क्योंकि मेरे को था कि बस मुझे अपना बेस्ट देना है। और मेरी सेमीफाइनल भी मतलब मेरे मतलब जो भी अपोनेंट थे बहुत ही अच्छे थे, कि कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि मैं इतना अच्छा खेलूँगी, बहुत अच्छे अपोनेंट होने की वजह से, लेकिन मैं बहुत अच्छा खेली और सबने मेरे लिए बहुत चीयर अप किया, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है इतना अच्छा खेल के।
अजय जी, आफ्टर 2006 this has been India's most successful campaign, but 2006 Indian women's boxing was taking baby steps. What has happened for India suddenly? Tell us a little bit about the youth development program that has led to so many women boxers now competing in the top level and giving each other neck to neck fight.
No, so 2006, of course, there were very, very few countries that were into women boxing, so it's not really comparable. But since then, while India has done well, India has never done this well. And of course, a large part of it is the development program that we've undertaken. And we start at the sub-junior level. We have camps at the sub-junior level, at the junior level, and then at the youth level. And so many of the boxers that you see today in the senior team are people who came from the youth camps. So if you remember, in 2017 we had our first world championship for youth women, and it was such an incredible event. It happened in Guwahati, and there were 10 events, and we had 5 finalists, and I remember meeting the 5 finalists in the practice area, and I said to them at that time that, look, any of you who win the gold medal, I'm going to give 2 lakh rupees to you, right? And they said, sir,
and from there 82 lakh rupees.
Yeah, 2 lakh rupees to you. And they said, sir, आप तैयार हो जाइए, आपको आज 10 lakh रुपए देने पड़ेंगे. And all 5 of them won, and and we gave them the money. But these are the kids who've gone forward and become such stars. So it's incredible to see the system functioning like this, but ultimately it's about these girls, and it's about their spirit, and it's about their will to show to the world that they count, and that they are people that the whole country needs to be proud of.
Do you think it's a great moment to be an Indian sportswoman, given the way the girls have performed in boxing, the WPL final, how Mumbai won it, and in different other wrestlers, in different other areas, the way they are shining?
No, it's absolutely incredible. Today I opened the newspaper and the Times of India, and on the front page, right in the center, there is one story about these girls, and there is one story about the WPL. So absolutely incredible to see women's sport, travel such a long distance. That this is now mainline, of course, and literally thousands of girls will be inspired by their example. Today, Nikhat and Lavleena and Sweetie and Neetu, they are global boxing stars, and not only in this country. In so many countries around the world, young girls will take to boxing because of their wonderful achievements.
I'll have to talk to you about, your struggles, because your father was with the Haryana government. He gave up his job to make the Neetu that she is today. Do you think that the next generation will have lesser struggle than you? Because in 2006 or 7, he took you to Vijender's coach, and he probably didn't know what was the way, whether you will end up as a champion or not.
तो जब मैंने बॉक्सिंग स्टार्ट की थी तो उस टाइम मेरा गांव से भिवानी ट्रेनिंग करती मैं, तो वो 20 किलोमीटर का रास्ता है वहाँ से, तो बहुत दिक्कतें आती थी। पापा जॉब पे थे तो लाने ले जाने में कोई नहीं था, तो फिर पापा ने विदाउट पे होके जॉब छोड़ के फिर मुझे ट्रेनिंग करवाई, और कई मुश्किलें भी आई, फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम भी हो गई थी कई बार घर में। मेरे छोटे भाई बहन हैं, उनको भी टाइम देना पड़ता था उनकी पढ़ाई के लिए, तो फिर उस टाइम पे पापा ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया। और अभी हमारे जो भी हमारे गांव में है, भिवानी में है, तो जो बच्चे हैं वो भी अभी बहुत ज़्यादा गेम स्टार्ट करने, लड़कियों ने, काफ़ी लड़कियों ने मेरे गांव से अभी गेम स्टार्ट किया है बॉक्सिंग, और उनके पेरेंट्स भी बहुत मोटिवेट हुए हैं इस चीज़ से।
उनके लिए आसान रास्ता आसान कर दिया है आपने?
तो अभी उनके लिए बहुत आसान हो गया है, वो उनके पेरेंट्स भी अब खुद उन्हें भेज रहे हैं खेलने के लिए।
लवलीना, रास्ते के बारे में बात करें तो गोलाघाट में रास्ता बना है आपके घर तक जाने के लिए?
हाँ, ओलंपिक जीतने के बाद ही उसी दिन ही रास्ते का काम शुरू हो गया था, और जब मैं पहुंची तो मैं नया रास्ते से घर तक पहुंची, एकदम घर तक मतलब रास्ता बना के गई। तो बहुत चेंज हुआ, मेरे नाम पे एक रास्ता भी दे दिया वहाँ पे।
Oh really? It's called Lavleena Lane or something?
Yes,
What is it called?
Lavleena Lane। तो बहुत कुछ चेंज हुआ वहाँ पे, और बहुत सारे जो बच्चे हैं वो स्पोर्ट्स में, पहले हमारे उधर बिल्कुल भी मतलब स्पोर्ट्स का कुछ भी नहीं था गोलाघाट में, तो वहाँ पे अभी हमारे गवर्नमेंट एक स्टेडियम भी दिया है, उसका काम भी चालू हो रहा है। एक एकेडमी भी अभी मेरे नाम पे ही मतलब दिया हुआ है, तो वो भी अभी शुरू हो रहा है। तो बहुत कुछ चेंज हो गए हैं, और बॉक्सिंग में जैसे पहले लड़कियों को स्पोर्ट्स में ही नहीं भेजते थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं अभी जो भी मतलब सबका देख रहा है कि हमारा परफॉर्मेंस देख के कि लड़की बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं और अपना करियर स्पोर्ट्स में भी बना सकते हैं, तो बहुत सारे अभी जो बच्चे आ रहे हैं स्पोर्ट्स में और अच्छा कर रहे हैं।
और ये आप देखो कि अगर एक ओलंपिक ब्रॉन्ज मेडल के बाद यू कैन गेट सो मेनी थिंग्स, रोड बाय योर नेम, रोड टू योर होम, एकेडमी बाय योर नेम। अब जब तुम लोग सब गोल्ड लेकर आओगे तुम दोनों नेक्स्ट टाइम ओलंपिक्स में, तो तब क्या क्या होगा इनके लिए?
Sir, then you imagine how much more money you have to pay them. You have to calculate that.
And I will very happily.
2 लाख से 2 करोड़ हो जाएंगे।
See, Nikhat has already given you the amount.
2 लाख से अब now 82 lakhs तो इस बार हो गया, and we will very happily, we will be very happy to pay, and I'm confident that both these girls will get a gold in the Olympics.
Nikhat, you've had an incredible journey till now. We are all going to wait for your Asian Games gold and your Olympics gold. But while you are on the journey, कुछ शेर शायरी जो आपके जहन में है, यहाँ तक से पेरिस जाने का और पेरिस तक का सफ़र तय करने के लिए हमारे लिए आप कह दीजिए। और सलमान से शायद बात हुआ ही होगा आपका, मैंने देखा आपका रील उनके साथ।
Yeah, I mean when I won last year World Championship, so उन्होंने ट्वीट किया था आप ही के NDTV पे, and then I met him in Mumbai, डायरेक्ट दुबई से मुंबई ट्रैवल किया था मैंने just to meet him. फिर it was a very good experience meeting him, and he really encouraged me to do well, and I told him that हमारा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होने वाला है मार्च में, and India is hosting, so I would love
For you to come.
You to come and watch us live. तो उन्होंने बोला था कि if I'm available, मैं free रहूँगा तो मैं आऊँगा. But my best wishes are always with you. Do well and make us proud. और आज मैं हमारे देश के लिए मैंने मेडल जीता था. I'm really happy and I hope कि फिर से मुलाकात हो उनसे. But अगर शायरी की बात करते हैं तो आज एक शायरी हो जाए. इरशाद बोलो. अर्ज किया है कभी तो सूरज ने की होगी चांद से मोहब्बत. कभी तो सूरज ने की होगी चांद से मोहब्बत. तभी तो चांद में दाग है. मुमकिन है कि चांद ने की होगी बेवफाई. तभी तो सूरज में आग है.
वाह 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 वाह. ऐसे ही चमकते रहो. And wish you all the very best. All of you, may you all return with the yellow medal from the Asian Games and from the Olympic Games. Thank you very much for joining us.
Brought to you by Design So Unique, Everyone's Inspired. 20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists.
Good evening. In a huge escalation of the row between the Congress and the government, as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, the Lok Sabha Housing Committee has now sent a notice to the Congress leader asking him to vacate his MP's bungalow. This after he was convicted of defamation, sentenced to 2 years in jail. That's something that his team is presently appealing, but he's no longer an MP. He's an ex-MP. The Election Commission can hold an election in Wayanad, which is where he was the MP from earlier on a day in which there have been massive protests with the opposition in this country uniting. There is one move which has gone against Rahul Gandhi even more, that is this notice which has been issued to him saying that, look, you need to now vacate your MP's residence as well. My colleague Megha joins us, as does Vedant. Vedant, you're outside the residence of Rahul Gandhi. What exactly are you getting over there in terms of reactions? What are you hearing?
Well, Vishnu, Rahul Gandhi's team and...
All right, apologies, we don't have the audio there with Vedant. We'll come back to him in a moment from now, but Megha, let me come across to you first. What are some of, I mean, on the one hand, that they've done what is legal, right? I mean, if you're no longer an MP, then you have to vacate your house. But I think the timing of this would suggest that, you know, there's a little bit more that meets the eye. I mean, it's obviously being done for politics on a day in which the opposition really got together.
So the thing is that, while all the moves that are being made by the Lok Sabha Secretariat, be it the alacrity, in the word that Congress has been using, the alacrity with which the Lok Sabha Secretariat moved and issued the notification cancelling Rahul Gandhi's membership and then, declaring the Wayanad constituency vacant, that was dirty politics. That's what the Congress would tell you. But the BJP would say, well, that's the Lok Sabha Secretariat following the rules. They're going by the rule book. Where can you find fault? And similarly, by that same stretch, they have issued the notice now to Rahul Gandhi that goes out from the Housing Committee of the Lok Sabha asking Rahul Gandhi to vacate the residence. Now, 12 Tughlaq Lane, Vishnu, Rahul had moved there in 2005. For the last, 18 years, he's been living in that house of his, that official residence that he's occupied for so long. Almost, in the past 2 decades became synonymous with Rahul's house there. But now he's been asked to vacate. Now, we are awaiting, most likely, I'm told that perhaps a 3-week time or a little more will be given to Rahul Gandhi to leave that residence. But in the meantime, Vishnu, if he is able to get a stay on the conviction that has been handed over to him by the Surat court, will this mean that then he continues to be in that house if he's not vacated till then? And then by the same stretch again, Vishnu, does it mean that he's been moved out of the Lok Sabha, I beg your pardon, his disqualification will be revoked or not?
Let's just go across to Vedant now. Vedant, any reactions from the Congress?
Well, Vishnu, Rahul Gandhi's team and my sources close to Rahul Gandhi have so far denied receiving this particular notice from the Housing Committee of the Lok Sabha. So far, sources close to Rahul Gandhi are not responding to this particular notice, and they say that they have not received this particular notice. However, in the event, or whenever they actually receive this particular notice, they say that their legal team will respond. Now, as Megha was pointing out, that of course, if Rahul Gandhi gets a stay, then of course this order is something that that could also have ramifications on this order. But 2 important points, Vishnu, very quickly. One is that let's also highlight here that Rahul Gandhi is a recipient of Z+ security. So experts say that given that he is a recipient of Z+ security, he is entitled to government accommodation. So that is also an important caveat that we must keep in mind. The other important thing is that when the Lok Sabha actually issued that notification disqualifying Rahul Gandhi, that was also marked to the Directorate of Estates in the NDMC, in the New Delhi Municipal Corporation. But when we reached out to the Ministry of Urban Development, they were tight-lipped on this particular aspect. But today, remember, Vishnu, Hardeep Puri, who is the Minister of Urban Planning and Development, he actually hit out at Rahul Gandhi, and he sort of really upped the ante as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned. So politically, now, of course, the next move would be to see Rahul Gandhi vacate his residence here at this 12 Tughlaq Lane here in Delhi.
Half a second, let me just go across to Megha as well over here. Megha, this is now absolutely no holds barred. He's been told you're out of Parliament, you're out of a house at this stage. Is this perhaps the most stinging attack or fight between the opposition and the BJP in the last couple of years?
Well, Vishnu, I would say that, perhaps the most stinging would be in case you have the Election Commission of India, declaring, asking for an election for the Wayanad constituency at a time when Rahul is unable to get any judicial reprieve by a higher court and is unable to stand for elections. So, that is where I think the way the story is moving, that would be the major showdown point between the BJP and the Congress. But right now, technically, like I said, technically speaking, the Housing Committee of the Lok Sabha just doing what it's supposed to do, following rules and asking Rahul to vacate. Now, of course, examples are being given of other top people who were part of one institution or the other who had to vacate their house. For example, there are instances now being given of Mr. Gogoi, the former CJI, Mr. Gogoi, who had to vacate his house. In fact, he did within 3 days after his return retirement from the Supreme Court. So again, there of course a chorus is building on the other side, suggesting as to why one is asking questions about Rahul Gandhi being issued a notice. This is only rules that the Lok Sabha Secretariat is following. There is nothing more to it. But then we all know the optics, we all know the politics that is being played. We all know how one side is, both the sides here, Vishnu, for that matter, gunning for each other. This is just another instance when it becomes more bitter between the Congress and the BJP. But let's see. He's been given time. He's not been asked to vacate overnight. He's been given time, and whether during that duration, if he's able to get some sort of a help from a higher court, in this case, the Sessions Court in Surat, if the conviction gets stayed, Vishnu, then perhaps all of this may not actually play out the way it is happening today. So it's just a notice. Let us see how this goes.
Megha, just something that comes to mind, Rahul Gandhi is also a protected individual. He's got a lot of security, and the residence which was actually given to him has that in mind. There's a security deployment which requires physical space. Is this also not a factor in the home which he's given, because his security status doesn't go away with him no longer being an MP?
No, it doesn't. His security status doesn't go away with him not being a member of parliament, because that security is irrespective. It is because of the threat perception that Rahul Gandhi as an individual has. So the security definitely is going to, that entire security detail will remain with Rahul Gandhi. Now, we do not really, right now again, we are only breaking the story of a notice being issued. Is Rahul Gandhi intending to move out just as yet? Or will this entire time of 3 weeks or more be utilized by him? Will he be able to get a stay on his conviction?
The point, Megha, which I'm trying to make is that whenever security, whether it's Z+ or a lower category, Y security is given to a political leader, it is given with the residents in mind. In fact, Priyanka Gandhi earlier on, they were, the residents which she had earlier chosen, when she had a higher category of security, it was given with space available in that residence. But be that as it may, Vedant, let me come to you next. Is it not the Congress argument that the timing and the way this is all being done is vindictive? It's been leaked to the media, and yet you mentioned that the Congress hasn't received a notification. Rahul Gandhi doesn't know anything about it.
That's right. So, that's what the Congress has been saying, that it's all vindictive and it's political vendetta. And in fact, yesterday also Priyanka Gandhi and today Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge made that point, made that argument that, Rahul Gandhi, this attack on Rahul Gandhi only because he's, he's been so insistent on his demand for a joint parliamentary committee probe into the Adani Hindenburg row. And in fact, what's very sort of interesting also, Vishnu, is that during his Bharat Jodo Yatra just a couple of months ago, he talked about his residence, and he said that, like he sort of invoked memories of 1977 when the family had to leave the residence when Indira Gandhi lost the election. And he also said that this is his only home in the national capital. He said that he doesn't have any other house here and that he has his ancestral home in Allahabad. So, he talked about how close he is to this particular house. So, of course, for the Congress, there's deep political symbolism also if he will have to leave this particular residence. However, as I said, sources close to Rahul Gandhi as of now say that they have not received this particular notice and that they will respond when they do.
Megha, one final question. How do you see this politically playing out? At one level, some in the Congress would suggest that, moves like this make a martyr out of Rahul Gandhi at a time when he's trying to get more support. The BJP even today continue to push that, the OBC argument, saying that Rahul Gandhi has insulted OBCs. And now this move of him being told, look, you're out of a house. So, how do you see both arguments, him being a potential martyr versus the arguments the BJP is making?
Well, it all depends on how the people of this country perceive this, isn't it, Vishnu? A very pertinent point was made by a senior politician today, saying that, on one hand, you have the Congress eager to turn a political martyr out of Rahul Gandhi and use it to their advantage in Karnataka for as much political and electoral gains as they can, because it's coming right before the Karnataka elections to be announced. And so, of course, that would be the testing waters for them, and they would want to see how this has gone down with the electorate there in the state of Karnataka, where they have a very good chance. I mean, most of the states in the country, you know, when you talk about the Congress, and many of the states aren't doing that well. But here is a state where Congress does stand a good chance. You have strong leaders, and of course the political fortunes of Congress only right now picking up there in the state. But on the other hand, the counter argument that you're getting from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party is this, Vishnu, that they are doing satyagrahas and protests, etc. Have you actually gone and seen how many people are there on the ground? Somewhere 30, somewhere 50, somewhere 100, nothing beyond that. So that is the kind of support that they are able to garner for themselves, and they're creating a picture as if the entire country is rallying behind Rahul Gandhi. That is not the case. So see the reality, see it for yourself what it is, and then wait for the next elections to happen, and you'll get an answer.
All right, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. Well, we now actually do have a copy from the Lok Sabha Secretariat, the MS branch. I'm going to read out that letter. Let's try and flash it on screen. Retention of regular accommodation is the subject, and it's addressed to Rahul Gandhi. Consequent upon your disqualification from the membership of the 17th Lok Sabha, dated 24/3/2023, I am directed to state that you are allowed to retain Bungalow number 12, Tughlaq Lane, along with its units in which you have continued to stay, as your regular accommodation in the capacity of member of the Lok Sabha for a maximum period of 1 month, in other words, up to the 22nd of April 2023, on the similar terms and conditions that were applicable as a member immediately before your disqualification from your seat in the Lok Sabha. The allotment of the aforesaid accommodation shall deem to have been cancelled on 23/4/2023. That's signed by the Deputy Secretary of the Lok Sabha Secretariat, MS branch. So that's the letter. The Congress a little while back said that they hadn't received it, but it's been released to the media on a day in which the fight between the Congress and the BJP, in fact the opposition and the BJP went on to new levels. Several opposition leaders dressed in black, parties including the Trinamool finding cause or finding a reason to agree with the Congress and Rahul Gandhi, arguing that his expulsion from the Lok Sabha, the charges against him, the use of various agencies was unacceptable. So it's all building up in what is a huge political row. Needless to mention, this session of Parliament has essentially been an entire washout. All right, let's quickly move on now to some other news. In fact, it's all related because it's the big story of the day. The opposition versus the BJP. The Congress's protests against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the Lok Sabha entered day 2 today, with the BJP defending the disqualification as a lawful move, accusing the Congress party of protesting against the constitution and the courts. The Congress has called Mr Gandhi's disqualification a conspiracy to silence Rahul Gandhi, who they say was making the Prime Minister and the BJP uncomfortable with sharp questions on the Hindenburg issue. The BJP's Piyush Goyal asserting that the action against Mr Gandhi was lawful and initiated by an independent judiciary.
बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि सदन की कार्रवाई को बार-बार कांग्रेस के सदस्य चलने नहीं दे रहे हैं। कानून सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ा स्पष्ट रखा है कि जिस वक्त 2 वर्ष की सजा किसी भी एमपी या एमएलए को होती है, उसी समय से ही स्टैंड्स ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्वालिफाइड। ये स्पष्ट दिखाता है जो प्रमोद तिवारी जी ने बयान दिया हाल में ही, जिसमें उनके शब्द थे राहुल गांधी के परिवार के लिए कानून अलग होना चाहिए, और ये भी कहते हैं सेंटेंस में अलग होना चाहिए, कन्विक्शन में नहीं।
All right, well, we're going to take a short break, come back with the very latest.
Brought to you by
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, gadget love. Gadgets 360, gadgets love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one. All right, let's quickly move on now to some breaking news coming in. The BJP MLA in Karnataka, Yediyurappa, has been arrested. He was wanted after being found possibly guilty in connection with a case lodged by the Lokayukt in Karnataka, a search which took place. He was chairperson of the KSDL, but resigned after his son was caught apparently red-handed by the Lokayukt while accepting a bribe in relation to a contract. An anticipatory bail application had been dismissed as well, and he's been named in an 8 crore bribery case. My colleague Srija joins us for more on this. So Srija, he's been arrested now. He'd applied for anticipatory bail. That had been rejected. Was this the normal course that has happened now?
Well, that's right. In fact, this morning we understand it was the Supreme Court where we see had issued a notice to the Karnataka BJP MLA to defend his interim bail granted to him in this particular alleged bribery case. In fact, Rahul Gandhi, he had secured an interim bail on 7th of March after his son was caught accepting nearly 40 lakh bribes and unaccounted cash of worth rupees 8 crore, which was seized from them, from both their properties, whether that is Rahul Gandhi or his son as well. The case, in fact, stemmed from a bribery complaint against Mr. Yediyurappa when he was the chairman of the state-owned Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited. And in fact, the Karnataka High Court had allowed him as far as the pre-arrest bail is concerned, but however, had barred his entry to the Karnataka's Soap and Detergents Limited. But it was this morning that the Supreme Court had issued a notice to the BJP MLA to defend in the interim bail granted. But much later, later in the evening, especially the Karnataka High Court had cancelled his anticipatory bail, which means giving the authority to the police to go and arrest him. So now he's been arrested in especially the outskirts of Bengaluru, and this is in Nelamangala. He's been secured by the police, and of course he will be brought to the Lokayukta, the Ombudsman and also the Anti-Corruption Bureau wing, where he will be investigated and interrogated because he is also a prime suspect as far as the bribery case goes. So he will be questioned with respect to where exactly did the money come from, the source of that unaccounted cash. And remember, in fact, it was the Lokayukta that laid a trap to arrest V. Prashant Badal, the son of the BJP MLA, on March 2nd, while Mr. Yediyurappa, the prime accused in the corruption, had gone missing. And in fact, he resurfaced again only after he secured the pre-arrest bail. And now we see that an eye-popping mountain of nearly 8 crore cash was also found during the raids at his as well as his son's residence.
All right, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. Well, we are moving on to the big international story. Israeli embassies around the world have gone on strike after lakhs of protesters were out on the streets of Tel Aviv, the Israeli capital, in protest against a move proposed by Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has suggested now that even Supreme Court orders from the Israeli Supreme Court can be struck down by the Knesset being the Israeli parliament. That is something which a lot of people out in Israel on the streets that you can see over there are entirely opposed to. Now, while these images are in fact from Israel, those protests continue even in India, where the Israeli government, the embassy has completely gone on strike. The Israeli ambassador is also on strike. This is after labor unions instructed embassies to do this. My colleague Kadamani joins us now for the very latest. Kadamani, what are the details?
Well, as you have just told our viewers that the Israeli embassy, not only in Delhi but all over the world, is on strike because this has been the call given by the largest labor union in Israel. What we are seeing there today, Vishnu, is that the strike call has been given by almost every sector. There are medics who are on strike, students, teachers, and we are also seeing that the airports, be it Haifa or Ashdod or Tel Aviv, everything has come to a halt. This is unprecedented protest which is going on in Israel, and now it seems that everyone has descended on the streets to protest against the judicial reforms after the defense minister was sacked by PM Netanyahu. So now even the president has given a call saying that the judicial reforms which PM has been trying to bring in should be halted, and we are expecting, the sources are telling us that after some meetings maybe it will be halted for some time, because these are the strikes which have brought certain parts of Israel to a complete standstill, and this has never been seen before. If we have to explain what these judicial reforms are, it is a reform which has been suggested by PM Netanyahu, and it gives the government power to override whatever Supreme Court decides. The committee, which has 9 members, that would be,
and that's a major step that he's trying to take.
The government people.
Yeah, Kadamani, sorry interrupting you. I'm out of time. Thanks very much for being with us. We need to take this short break. Coming back with a lot more.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it.
Hello and welcome. Let's get you the big breaking story at this hour, and it is tragic news. The one of the cheetahs from the project Cheetah, Sasha, is no more. Now, we've had 8 cheetahs that were flown in from Namibia last year, part of a very ambitious reintroduction program. First, there were reports that she was unwell. Now, the news has been confirmed that this cheetah named Sasha is now dead. Now, Kuno, remember, received 8 cheetahs from Namibia. This was in September last year, 12 from South Africa last month. and it's been a controversial project. The government has been touting it as a success, but it has raised concerns among many environmentalists and experts who work with the tigers and cheetahs, who have pointed out this is a very ambitious exercise. Was this bound to fail? Now we're having the news coming in that one of the cheetahs from Namibia has died after a kidney infection, we are told. Now, 4 of the Namibian cheetahs are free in the open wild. Another 4 are still in fenced hunting enclosures. The South African cheetahs are still in quarantine enclosures. It is still not clear whether which of these brackets does Sasha fall under. Now, the ministry's Cheetah Action Plan had estimated that some 750 square kilometers in Kuno can hold up to 21 cheetahs. But as wildlife experts had pointed out, they would need to coexist and compete for prey. There are deer, there are antelopes, langurs, wild pigs, feral cattle, peafowl, and what had concerned many wildlife officials was that there's an estimated population of dozens of leopards also in this area, and many had pointed out that this is not really conducive for cheetahs, also pointing out that cheetahs have thrived in Africa because the terrain geographically is very different from Kuno. Cheetah, of course, being the fastest living animal on this planet, but for that they can pick up speeds in great spurts, but they need large open spaces for this. And the topography in Kuno in Madhya Pradesh really isn't conducive for the leopard to be, the cheetah, I beg your pardon, to be able to live with its natural advantage of being able to run extremely fast in large open spaces. So this is the breaking news. It's just come in. It's a developing story. We'll try and get you more, but it is confirmed now that one of those cheetahs of the 8 that were brought in from Namibia in this very ambitious project, an ambitious and controversial project, has now died. Meanwhile, the other big political story of the day. The Congress's Rahul Gandhi has now been asked to vacate his Tughlaq Lane residence, a bungalow that was assigned to him as an MP. The eviction notice from the Lok Sabha housing panel has come just 2 days after his disqualification from Parliament, following the 2-year jail term that was handed to him by a Gujarat court in a defamation case. Now, Mr. Gandhi's team or his office have not yet confirmed the receipt of this notice. But Rahul Gandhi was allotted the number 12 Tughlaq Lane bungalow after his election as a Lok Sabha MP. That was way back in 2004. And this residence, this address, number 12 Tughlaq Lane in Lutyens, Delhi, has been synonymous with Rahul Gandhi since it was first allotted to him in 2004 when he won his first Lok Sabha election. That, of course, was from Amethi. He had retained the bungalow, which comes under the highest category, which is the type 8 category. And in 2019, when he lost from Amethi, but he won from Wayanad in I beg your pardon, won from Wayanad in Kerala, he had retained this bungalow. So the big question right now, is this a victimization? Is this politically motivated? Is this a political vendetta, or is it just mere due process? Is this disqualification after conviction for defamation yet another attempt to intimidate the opposition? That is the question at this hour. And joining us now for more on this is Shiv Sena, the spokesperson for the BJP, and Ram Mohan Reddy, national spokesperson for the I beg your pardon, for the Congress. Thank you so much for your time. Mr. Sinha, to you first. The opposition crying foul, Congress leaders crying foul, pointing out that this BJP's witch hunt, they would say, is going too far, using all kinds of tactics to silence the voices of the opposition, to silence voices of dissent.
Well, good evening, Sarah. Good evening to all your viewers. I think it's about time the Congress decides to follow rules and gives up its perverse sense of entitlement, because if you look at the notice has been served by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. the rules are the same for everybody. After you cease to become a member of parliament, within 30 days, you need to vacate that bungalow. I know of at least 2 very senior BJP MPs who had to similarly vacate their bungalows within 30 days in 2019. So why should the rules be any different for the Congress party? I think the Congress needs to get its logic right. At this point of time, its sole focus should be to move to a higher court for a stay order. And post-stay order, obviously, that is where the chance of Rahul Gandhi regaining his membership of the Lok Sabha and regaining the bungalow arises. But instead of focusing on that, they have a habit of crying foul all the time.
So there's a legal route that needs to be followed. But Mr. Sinha, what if the fact, could you explain to us from your understanding of this, the fact that Rahul Gandhi's father was assassinated, a former prime minister was assassinated, he is also a high security risk, he's a recipient of Z plus security. What happens in that case? Is he, under that he still is entitled to accommodation provided by the government,
It is the responsibility of the government to look after his security. He is not the only person who has been provided Z or Z plus security. But the Gandhis, I hate to say this, but the Gandhis have used security as an alibi to amass bungalows. Priyanka Gandhi had done a similar thing. We continue to provide her security, the topmost security. But why is a bungalow incumbent for security? I think that's their logic, and that is why I think the Congress needs to work a lot more on the logic more than anything else.
All right, Mr. Reddy, the BJP stand there quite clear. They say that Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified from the Lok Sabha, so he's just not entitled to government accommodation anymore. Now, according to the rules, he has to vacate his official bungalow within a month since the order of the disqualification order. This is just due process.
Before making a point, let me just mention a quote from Mahatma Gandhi, which says, "They may torture my body, break my bones, even kill me. Then they will have my dead body, but not my obedience." And we are seeing this very same thing with Rahul Gandhi today, because he is representing 130 crore people and fighting for them. But the things which are happening with such a speed, despite having so many lacunas in the procedure, what government is being followed. Come on, what's going on? You are overseas, you go and say that, this is the mother of democracy. But it is very much palpable that there is a red alert and a black days, and BJP may say that, despite judgment reads and gives 30 days of time to go for an appeal, because there shows a prerequisite of conjunctive of both the sentence and conviction, which should be there. There should be a complete. But here there are 30 days of time in the order, in the judgment. But why there is so much hurry? Why are they doing it on war footings? What is the necessity? Means they want to defend Adani. They want to save Adani. They don't want Rahul Gandhi to, make any point in parliament. They want to suppress him. They want to. They muted the mics. They muted the parliament. Now they're killing the democracy just to save Adani. Despite having so many questions of relationship between Modi and Adani. Come on. This government is running behind the one who is questioning the government on corruption. Come on, entire nation is watching here.
The entire nation is watching. Mr. Sinha, the point here really is that the the Congress is saying the alacrity with which the administration, the Lok Sabha administration, has worked to go after, as they would put it, Rahul Gandhi is surprising. Like, the many opposition are mystified by the harshness of the sentence, which is unprecedented for a defamation case. And of course, this has to be dealt with appellate courts, but they are pointing out that the treatment being meted out is different for Rahul Gandhi as opposed to...
Rahul Gandhi expects to be treated differently. And this was in fact corroborated by his Rajya Sabha MP, Pramod Tiwari, who says that Gandhi should have a separate law. So I don't know where this Congress, derives its sense of entitlement. I just heard the Congress spokesperson. Let me tell you that Rahul Gandhi has an unnatural obsession with A, Veer Savarkar, and B, Adani. And look at the fallout of Veer Savarkar. Already Uddhav Thackeray has backed out of the opposition meeting. Now, as far as Adani is concerned, we had raised some specific questions. Only recently, about a few months back, the Rajasthan government of the Congress party had given out a 60,000 crore worth of, had sanctioned a 60,000 crore worth of solar park for the Adani Group. Similarly, businesses have gone out from the Chhattisgarh Congress government, from Mamata Banerjee government. Why are you not stalling that and initiating a probe on your own first? Where is your credibility?
All right. Mr. Reddy, your response, the BJP is saying that all states, including Congress-led states, do work with the Adani Group.
Before talking about the credibility, let me just remind my friend that, it is the clarification given by the Rahul Gandhi himself when asked by a journalist about this, contracts in Rajasthan or the Congress-ruled states. If there are any corruption allegations in it, go with the proof. Come on, order a probe there. Arrest even the CMs if they commit anything wrong. Come on. Why Modi is saving Adani? Why Modi ji is muting mics in Parliament? Why Modi ji is going mute and not giving any answers to this nation when this nation is asking about the relationship? To how many countries Modi visited with Adani? In how many MOUs did he sign? What is the purpose of Prime Minister to go and extend Adani's business? To whose Prime Minister he is? Is he Prime Minister for Adani or India?
All right, quick last 30-second response from you, Mr. Reddy.
I'm just amazed at the chicanery of the Congress party, because the Congress spokesperson is now saying that if there is a specific charge of corruption on the business given out by the Congress government in Rajasthan. So are you talking about specifics, or are you talking about the group per se? I thought you had a problem with the Adani Group. But here you are mentioning a specific case. You have to find out corruption in Rajasthan.
At any cost, they wanted to meet Rahul Gandhi, who is representing.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the audience is not able to hear either of you. But of course, this issue is not going to go away anywhere. We're going to continue to have both sides be heard out on NDTV. This issue actually just only seems to have been escalated. So for sure, we will be continuing to focus on this. But thank you both for joining us. For now, we're going to go in for a short break. After that, the big story. The Supreme Court today calling the crime committed against Bilkis Bano horrendous, issuing a notice to the Gujarat government. We'll get you all the details. Stay tuned.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India.
Welcome back. The big story of the day. The Supreme Court today questioned if the release of 11 convicts in the Bilkis Bano case was done according to the remission standards in other such cases, and they've asked the centre and the Gujarat government to present all the relevant documents on the next date of hearing. There was a special bench that was set up to hear a clutch of petitions that have challenged the Gujarat government's move to release these 11 men. This was on Independence Day last year. These are men who were convicted in 2008 for the gang rape of Bilkis Bano and the murder of her family during the 2002 riots in Gujarat. Now, the release, the news had broken once they were released on Independence Day. It emerged that the release was actually made on the basis of an outdated policy, consulting a panel that including men linked to the ruling BJP. Let's go across to Tanushri. So Tanushri, in the end today, the crux of the matter is it all boils down to a question of jurisdiction.
Absolutely. In today's hearing, in fact, one of the biggest questions, and as you rightly said, everything which boils down to one fact, that which state ultimately has the jurisdiction to grant remission to the 11 convicts. Because precisely because of the reason that at that point of time when this was taken in by the CBI court, the victim did not have trust in the Gujarat police, and that's why the case was shifted out to the CBI court in Maharashtra. And in this particular case, when the remission was granted, the presiding judge of the trial court who gave the sentencing, he said no to granting remission to the convicts. Also, the CBI said that the convicts, because since it was a heinous crime, it was a horrendous crime, the CBI also said that the convicts should not be granted a remission. But the Gujarat government, with the MHA's central government's permission, went ahead and gave the remission. So today the court wanted to understand, and the question of jurisdiction came up in a big way, with in fact Bilkis Bano's advocate representing her contending that the state where the case was heard, which is Maharashtra in this case, should have been asked to take the call and not Gujarat. And as you rightly said, it was taken on the basis of an outdated panel. So on 18th of April, the court have asked Centre and Gujarat government and also MHA to bring forth all the documents on the basis of which they decided to grant remission. The court wants to understand if any kind of special favor was given to this particular case, because the court, one of the justices of the of the double bench said that there are many cases in front of us where the criminals have been languishing in jail even after serving their sentence. So why special favors were given to this particular case? Was there uniformity in granting remission? So that is one point which the court would understand in detail in the next date of hearing, which is on 18th April. Secondly, the court will decide on a jurisdiction, and this is going to set a precedent for all the cases in the future as well. So this is going to be actually a landmark verdict, Sarah, in a way that once and for all it will be decided whether government, a state government where the criminals are languishing in jail, either that government has the permission, has the authority to grant remission to the convicts, or the government where the case was tried, where the case actually took place. So that is going to set some kind of a precedent. But also the court said that the main prime case will be the writ petition filed by the victim herself, filed by Bilkis Bano herself, and rest all the cases, petitions which have been filed by Suhasini Ali, some journalists, some civil rights activists, those will be secondary cases. First, we will deal with prime case will be the writ petition of Bilkis Bano. So let's see what happens on 18th of April. But a very strong intervention by the Supreme Court, where central government, MHA and Gujarat government once again has been asked to furnish the documents on the basis of which they granted remission to the 11 convicts.
And Tanushree, as you've been saying, this release, as we had been reporting over the past few months, that this release was made on the basis of an outdated policy. Not just that, but also it consulted a panel that included men linked to the ruling BJP. And then, to add insult to injury, just yesterday, hours before the court was to hear this petition again, fresh visuals emerged of one of the convicts seen sharing a stage. We're playing those visuals out right now, sharing the stage at a government event with a BJP MP and a BJP MLA in Gujarat.
Absolutely, and that shows the kind of impunity the convicts enjoy, and this has been the case in the past as well, where they were first garlanded, then they were celebrated by leaders of the ruling party, of the ruling government in Gujarat, and now yesterday we saw it was a government event where BJP Dahod MP Jaswant Singh Bhabur and his brother, who is an MLA from Limkheda, Shailesh Bhabur, they not just posed with pictures, but they were sitting next to one of the convicts, Shailesh Bhatt, and he was in fact one of the chief guests in a government event. So the brazenness of it shows that the kind of impunity these convicts enjoy for the kind of backing they have from the Gujarat government. And it's clearly court has taken cognizance of it, and that is precisely why the court has asked the Gujarat government, the state and the MHA and the central as well to...
That's right, and the court even going as far as to call the crime horrendous, a complete contrast to the members of that panel that took that call to release these men, who justified their decision, calling these men sanskari Brahmins. And news coming in now that a BJP MLA, Yediyurappa, has been arrested in Karnataka, whose bail in a corruption case was recently cancelled, has now been arrested. Let's go across to my colleague for more on this. Shrija, what is this case about? It was a bribery case involving his son, and give us the significance and the background of this in a state that is going to the polls soon, where corruption is a huge issue.
Well, just days before where, the election dates are going to be announced by the Election Commission, we are also looking at where a BJP MLA has been taken into custody by the Lokayukta police. Now, this morning, Supreme Court had issued a notice to BJP MLA Yediyurappa, in fact, asking him to appear before the court and also, to defend himself before the court as to why interim bail was given in his favor. But just hours later, which is the Karnataka High Court, in fact, struck down that particular anticipatory bail, the pre-arrest bail, which was given by the Karnataka High Court to the BJP MLA. And right after that, just a few hours later, we see the Lokayukta police laid a trap and once again took him into custody when he was, in fact, approaching towards the Kyatasandra, the toll plaza, which is in Tumakuru Road, just about, about 20 to 30 kilometers away from Bengaluru city. And he was entering Bengaluru from Channagiri in Davangere district. And of course, this is something which the Lokayukta police had been even asking as far as the Supreme Court is concerned. Just this morning, through their counsel, they went out to ask, even before Lokayukta had the opportunity to even question or even interrogate him, he already had secured the anticipatory or the pre-arrest bail. But clearly, this particular incident which took place on the 2nd of March, this is right after his son was, caught accepting nearly 40 lakh bribe. This is one of the aspirants who was wanting to secure a particular tender. So that is when we understand soon after that the BJP MLA went. He was absconding, he was at large, but after he secured this pre-arrest bail, only then he had resurfaced. But right now we see he's the primary suspect and that the Lokayukta will begin their interrogation as far as the source of the unaccounted cash is concerned.
All right. Thanks so much, Shrija MS, for that big update. That's news at this hour. We're going to go in for a short break. After that, the news at 8 coming up.
Brought to you by
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news
Good evening, it's 8 o'clock. The top headlines tonight. Disqualified as MP, Rahul Gandhi now has to vacate his MP bungalow. He was disqualified on Friday and the notice arrived today. to vacate. Within a month, he will lose his 12th Tughlaq Lane bungalow, which he moved into after he first became MP. He's meant to vacate the bungalow by 22nd April or be evicted. Black Day protest by opposition MPs. The Trinamool is a surprise entrant to join the opposition, but a major divide with the Maharashtra ally over Rahul Gandhi's remarks against Veer Savarkar. Uddhav Thackeray warns Rahul his MPs stay away. Shinde Fadnavis announced they'll launch a Savarkar Yatra in the state, and the parliament session is washed out in 30 seconds. Reservation protests grow in Karnataka. Now protesters asking for reservations surround ex-Chief Minister Yediyurappa's house in his district. Home Minister Amit Shah, meanwhile, defends the scrapping of the Muslim-based quota, saying a religion-based quota, as the Congress had announced it, is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court hears a plea against the release of the rapist of Bilkis Bano. The Supreme Court asked the centre show the documents on the basis of which the convicts were freed. The court says we won't be emotional but have to strike a balance. A key verdict on fraud accounts by the Supreme Court. A borrower now has to be heard before an account is termed fraud by the banks. The Supreme Court tells the Reserve Bank of India that banks can't classify accounts as fraud without hearing the borrowers. Israel shuts down as it becomes a country versus the Prime Minister. Flights and public transport are shut down in Israel as unions strike against his judicial reforms. The Israeli embassy in India, the ambassador are all on strike, as are Israeli embassies across the world. The Dalai Lama names an 8-year-old as a spiritual leader. This 8-year-old US-born boy, he's from Mongolian descent, is now the third highest Buddhist spiritual leader. And good news with Tejasvi Yadav and family, as they're currently under CBI scrutiny. His wife has a baby girl. He tweets, God's gift is a daughter. Our lead story tonight, the government versus Rahul Gandhi, and it's becoming personal after he was disqualified as MP on Friday. He's now got a notice to vacate his MP bungalow today on Monday. So literally just about 2 days apart, only the weekend in between. The government moving at super fast speed. Rahul Gandhi will lose his 12th Tughlaq Lane bungalow until, of course, if there's a court hearing against it or a court stay against this. Vedant, you're there currently. What's the situation there? Is Rahul Gandhi in his residence currently? He first moved in here after he became MP. What's the reaction coming from Rahul Gandhi's camp?
Well, Sonia, we reached out to Team Rahul Gandhi and sources close to him, and they have so far refrained from responding to that particular notice that has been served by the Housing Committee of Lok Sabha. But of course, let me show you around here. So, of course, this 12th Tughlaq Road bungalow here in Lutyens, Delhi, of course, has been synonymous with Rahul Gandhi. It's a Type 8 bungalow, the highest in that particular hierarchy, and he's been staying here, as you rightly pointed out, since 2004. When he first became Member of Parliament. So he's been here for 19 years, and it's a sprawling 6-bedroom bungalow, and of course it's been synonymous with Rahul Gandhi. In fact, just 2 months back, Sonia, he talked about how this is his only residence here in the national capital and this is his only home. In fact, he also invoked memories of 1977. He said that it was difficult when Indira Gandhi lost and they had to leave their official residence, and that this is his only house here, and his only other ancestral home is in Allahabad. So, of course, that was something he said just 2 months back. But two important caveats here very quickly, Sonia. One is that, remember, he also is a recipient of special security, recipient of Z+ security. So, according to that, he is entitled to government accommodation. So, that is something that we have to keep in mind as we report this particular story. The other important point is that, when that notice, that disqualification notice was served, it was marked to the Directorate of Estates. dates. And so far, we've reached out to the Urban Planning Ministry as well. And so far, they've been tight-lipped on this. But today, of course, we saw Minister Hardeep Puri really hitting out at Rahul Gandhi. And the next thing could be to see Rahul Gandhi actually vacate this particular residence. And here, of course, the 12th Tughlaq Road residence is synonymous with Rahul Gandhi, as I said. And so far, the Congress has not responded to this particular notice.
The BJP has been tweeting, and the BJP is saying that this is not Rahul Gandhi's personal property, it's government property. So if he's not an MP, he should lose that bungalow. And however, the point also being made by the Congress is that this is all moving at super fast speed.
Well, absolutely, Sonia. In fact, that's something that the Congress has been saying. In fact, yesterday, Priyanka Gandhi said the same thing. Today, Mr. Kharge made, the same point that, the BJP is really going after Rahul Gandhi because, he's been sort of demanding that Joint Parliamentary Committee probe. And, this really is all a part of that larger standoff between Rahul Gandhi and the BJP.